Yeah.
We're here.
Good evening. I'll go ahead and call to order the regular session of the Hemet City Council. Sarah, may I have roll call, please?
Councilmember Krupa?
Here.
Councilmember Mail?
Here.
Councilmember Wright?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith?
Here.
Mayor Youssef?
Here. At this time, we will have an invocation given by Russ Jacobs of the Hemet San Jacinto Interfaith Council, followed by the flag salute by Mayor Pro Tem Smith. Will you please rise?
As many of you know, the Interfaith Council of the Hemet San Jacinto area is a gathering of more than 50 faith traditions in the valley, and members volunteer to provide a non-denominational invocation for meetings such as this. My name is Russell Jacobs, and I represent the Pilgrim Congregational United Church of Christ on the Interfaith Council. At this time, I would ask each of us to observe a moment of silence, to still our minds, and to keep in our hearts those persons around the world, in the Philippines, and Syria, and Pakistan, and in our cities, and here in our valley, suffering from the wrath of nature, as well as from the inhumanity of the way we sometimes treat each other. Master of all things great and small, seen and unseen, we seek your mystical presence among us this day. Hover over us, mingle with us, enter our hearts and minds. Keep us ever aware of our duty to preserve this planet and this community. We especially ask for inspiration for those charged with making decisions which affect the lives of others in so many ways. And we ask your help for all of us to seek justice in everything that we do. We ask all these things in the name of whatever each of us may choose to call the forever force of love and power forever. Amen.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, join me the flag salute, please. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to ask the city attorney to give a report out of closed session, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council met in closed session with regard to 3 items, items 4, 5, and 6 on the agenda. The first was a meeting with the labor negotiator. We gave direction to the labor negotiator, but there was no other reportable action. Items 5 and 6 were conferences with legal counsel. City Council received a brief from the city attorney. There was no other reportable action on those items. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we have our consent calendar, which is routine in nature and will be enacted by one motion of the City Council. A lessee member of staff, a member of the public, or a member of the council wishes to pull an item off the consent calendar. So at this time, I will ask, are there any members from the public, Sarah, that have turned in a slip to pull an item off the consent calendar? I'll ask staff if there's an item to be pulled off the consent calendar.
No, sir.
And I'll ask council if there's an item to be pulled off the consent calendar.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull item number 7 just to vote, to abstain vote.
Item number 7 has been pulled by Mayor Pro Tem Smith. At this time, I'll ask for a motion to approve all items with the exception of item number 7.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Krupa. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? And one abstention, Mayor Pro Tem Larry Smith on item number 7. At this time, I'll ask for a vote on, or a motion for item number 7, the approval of the minutes.
So moved.
I'll go ahead and move us as a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? That passes 4-0 with one abstention.
Mr. Mayor?
Next, we have our discussion action item. Item number 12, selection of the fire and paramedic service levels for the city of Hemet. Before we go ahead and begin, the rules of decorum will as follow. The city manager will give his reports on the item. At that time, the city council will ask for clarifying questions. Please hold all comments and/or opinions until after our communications from the public on this item. Once we have asked clarifying questions of the report and presentation given, we will go ahead and open it up with the request slips that I have here. Again, I ask that you please follow all the rules of decorum and resolution number 4148. If, folks, you do like to agree or disagree with the speaker, you may do so and show a visual sign, whether it's signs and/or thumbs up, thumbs down, however you wish. Again, we want to follow the rules of decorum here, but you can show support in a visual manner. In the event that there are any disruptions, I will ask that person to discontinue the disruption. Any further disruption from that person, we will recess and that person will be asked to leave the meeting. Okay, at this time, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to the city manager, Ron Bradley.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last October, the City Council voted to request proposals for the provision of fire services to the city of Hemet. Those proposals were received last December. I put a committee together that consisted that time of the assistant city manager, the deputy city manager / finance director, our purchasing officer, and because Chief Morris was the author of the City of Hemet Fire Department, I asked the former president of the Riverside County Chiefs Association to serve that committee as a technical advisor and fire service professional. The committee started its work, it made its review, its recommendations, and then on February 26th of this year, we made our first presentation to an overflow crowd just like this. We evaluated the proposals with what information we had at that time. We indicated that there was more information that we still needed as a staff to evaluate those proposals equitably, and presentations were made by Chief Joe Morris and of the Hemet Fire Department and Chief John Hawkins of the Riverside County CAL FIRE organization. At the end of that meeting, the council asked us to do three things. They asked us to maintain our contact with CalPERS to get the estimate of the unfunded liability regarding Hemet Fire Department and how much that would be to remain with the city if the city decided to contract for fire protection service. What was taken, the action that was taken as a result of that direction is the city hired an underwriting firm by the name of Bartell and Associates to help prepare that estimate. The second was to compare costs, funding sources, and timelines related to the Hemet Fire Department implementing paramedic services and emergency medical dispatch. The action that was taken at that time was that we asked three of the individuals or three of the firms that had proposed to aid the Hemet Fire Department by providing free services to meet with us and confirm that they were still willing to go forward with their no-cost proposals for services to the Hemet Fire Department. Quite frankly, we were able to work out a contract with our paramedic training organization, but it wasn't free. It had a $15,000 annual price tag. AMR withdrew their proposal, and because we haven't, as of yet, clearly defined a scope of work with the hospital have we completed that agreement. But we've been moving forward on all three fronts there. The third action that the council took and asked us to follow up on was to look at the personnel transition and benefit payout costs that would need to be paid by the city if the city contracted out fire protection services. And as we pointed out to the council at that time, the precise estimates for those costs are dependent on negotiations. We have just started those negotiations with the Hemet Fire Union, and until those are complete, we couldn't tell you exactly what they were. What we put into the proposals to try and get to an apples-to-apples comparison was the money the city was required to pay under our labor agreements with the fire union. Chief Morris at that time also indicated to us that it was critical that we establish a emergency medical dispatch system. And to do that, we had to meet with all three of these particular agencies. And in order to provide the broadest and most complete analysis of the two proposals that we received, and we wanted an unbiased and independent second opinion of the information presented, staff identified the firm of Citygate Associates as the most qualified and experienced organization in California to help us evaluate both fire service levels and costs. I might point out that during the past 3 years, Citygate Associates have performed all of the major fire cost studies, service level studies in the state of California. They've done more, as I believe, over 130 of these studies, if my memory serves me correctly. The staff at Citygate are former fire chiefs, city finance officials, and people that have been working in the field of fire protection for over 40 years. And in their report, well, Citygate completed the report and submitted it to staff on October 29th. We distributed it to the Hemet Fire Association, as we told them we would do it as soon as we got it. We sent it to the council, we sent it to the press, we sent it to everyone that had an interest in it and asked for a copy. In their report, Citygate identified several areas of concern in the existing training, supervision, and management structure of the current Hemet Fire organization that needed to be examined in the light of both citizen and firefighter safety. Citygate also pointed out that the EMD, much to our surprise, was not a critical need of the city of Hemet, and explained why. In the report, they also talked about organizational and operational changes that needed to be made, and recommended that we not implement an EMD program, but to provide the correct funding levels for a paramedic program. With that, I would like to introduce to the citizens here Mr. Stuart Gary, one of the co-authors of the report, and a fire service official for the last 40 years, if I'm not mistaken.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Actually, 43 years last month,
Okay.
when I, as an aside, set foot in a firehouse as a volunteer in high school at the request of a friend to check out this thing called the fire service. And here I am, a very long and diverse career later. I'd like to go through briefly the executive summary headlines for the council and community. The very technical report, and this will not be death by PowerPoint and take an hour, but I would like to go through the key points. To start off with, what were we asked to do, which was to conduct an operational and cost review of your choices. Staff said we have two proposals, 2 sets of costs, many moving parts? Do we have all of the information necessary for the council and community to make the best informed policy decision? We were to compare those services and costs over a multiple year period against the needs of Hemet at a high level, and then evaluate as a policy option the county's proposal to meet the service level needs of Hemet. To do so, we reviewed all the prior reports, council meetings, recordings, video. I listened to both the early year 2013 council meetings verbatim at length. We looked at all of the documents prepared for those meetings and since. We obtained additional clarifying information on City Fire Department costs and information. We also interviewed City Hall and CAL FIRE staff on other follow-up details. We also met and listened to the city firefighters' representatives. What this report is not, this was done in a compressed timescale to compare 2 cost for service strategies. This is not a financial audit or a program compliance audit of the Hemet Fire Department. Our work is a high-level review of Hemet's needs against our experience and best practices publications in the United States. We did not conduct a detailed review of your personnel, their training, and prior performance. Yet again, this is not a performance audit. This is a fire services design comparison of 2 ways of providing fire services for the residents of this community. Our overall perspective is internal or external fire services can meet the needs of Hemet and published best practices. Councils need to make service level choices based on desired outcomes and the ability to fund a desired service level outcome. And that has truly been the disconnect during, and some maybe say since the recession. In many parts of California, in my practice, the recession is far from over. Once policy direction is given for a level of fire services, there is still implementation work for either continuing and enhancing city fire services or an outside contract solution. So I'd like to preface this discussion with something that in many of my, especially newer elected official clients, comes as a surprise. There are no mandatory federal or state requirements in America on the minimum level of fire services. It is purely a local control policy issue. There is a requirement in the California Government Code for this and other councils to provide for fire services. Single sentence, provide for fire services. There is now increasingly a litany of safety regulations that if you do it at all, you must do it with the safety of the firefighter and the citizens they serve in mind. So you can't run unsafe apparatus, unsafe protective equipment, not train your people, not lead your people. Our key findings. First of all, just to set aside from the economic and services discussion to a small degree, Measure C is not well defined. I'm a response time expert. I digest affectionately response time data for my clients when we do deployment studies. I've worked with all of the largest computer record informations available in the United States Fire Service. Unfortunately, Measure C is not well written. It just says the term response time. It doesn't define when the clock starts and when the clock stops. So forensically, you don't know which time records to pull from a dispatch system and measure. Neither proposal before you can accurately say whether they do or don't meet Measure C, because we don't know the council policy of time definition. Therefore, we took the analysis approach that you have 4 fire stations. By any measure of reasonable experience, you need to continue 4 fire stations. Both proposals staffed 4 fire stations, and that became the benchmark for our fiscal comparison, not whether or not one party or another was better under Measure C. Emergency medical dispatch is not a critical need in a community this size with 4 fire stations. There are 2 levels of EMD: pre-arrival self-help instructions and triaging the level of response that the individual incident may need. Large metropolitan systems use emergency medical dispatch resource triaging to not oversend resources to minor calls. But in Hemet, with 4 fire stations and a regional ambulance system, you would be expected by your residents to always send the closest first responder fire unit. This is not about you closing 1 or more fire stations and putting a part-time unit on like a large metropolitan urban area would. So we felt that if you had very limited fiscal resources in terms of prioritizing, emergency medical dispatch wasn't number 1 on the list. Fire paramedic program costs, your projected paramedic program costs, even as adjusted by Citygate, are now slightly on the low side at best, just until you get the final implementation agreements before you. In terms of headquarters staffing, we would tell any client with an entire interim chief officer solution for their entire headquarters team, that's not a permanent, sustainable solution. And we're not saying that incumbents can't do the work forever. You need to train and promote and test them or outsiders to permanently fill those positions. And the recently vacated fire prevention position should be replaced. For ladder truck coverage, trying to compare the service side of the proposals, Hemet needs an aerial ladder apparatus. The county does not have one close enough to serve Hemet as a primary responder, so you'll find in their proposal they're willing to cost share the cost of a ladder truck between the city and the unincorporated communities outside of Hemet. Next finding, critically, I feel understated in the January and February discussions. The county firefighter transfer of your employees to the county employs firefighter paramedics. They may not well have any billets for non-paramedic firefighters, which if you contracted figuratively tomorrow would mean a layoff of all the firefighter-ranked individuals. Now, if you convert to paramedic firefighters, the state employment system sees them in that job description, oh, well then they convert. But there's a huge labor open here issue to rectify if you were to contract at all. The county conversion cost, there are significant unknowns that can still cause one-time swings, either in county startup costs or your accrued payout of vacation liability, injuries prior to conversion, et cetera, well enumerated in your labor contract with your firefighters. You've made an important step forward in tying down with CalPERS and the other consultant a reasonable estimate of your CalPERS unfunded liability payment. In findings 11 and 12, we paraphrased, or to paraphrase tonight, you need a permanent, adequate headquarters team. Internal, external hires, a blending, that's the council and city staff's choice, but restore a permanent headquarters team. Finding 13 in terms of city and county comparable levels. The way the bids were constructed, both parties attempted to edge closer to what Hemet provided for service before the recession. And as I looked at your population, your calls for service, your zoning, your overall demography of demand for fire services, I agreed that 4 engine companies, a ladder truck, and a command presence should be the desired level of service in the near term when you can afford to pay that bill. That also means converting the 2-person squad back to a 3-person minimum truck company, adding paramedics to your firefighting set of certifications, restoring the fire prevention position, a second clerk in headquarters, and a 40-hour training officer in addition to permanent chief officers in the long run. Doing so, if you were to choose that level of service, then most directly cost compares to the county proposal, with 2 small exceptions. The county proposal still includes emergency medical dispatch, although they do not differentially dispatch resources, as I understand it, anywhere in the county today. They do pre-arrival self-help. That's very important, not deminimizing that at all. But differential dispatch is not being done in the region today. They also provide a 4-person instead of a 3-person truck company. In terms of equipment ownership, this sounds to be a small point, but if you're contracting out, you're basically lifting a liability burden. They would prefer you transfer ownership of the apparatus because they insure it, they maintain it, they replace it. If you exit the contract, you would get the like apparatus and tools restored to you that you gave into the contract at the time of inception. Very common in California Fire Service contracting to not split own the assets, but to transfer the assets to the contractor for the duration of the contract. So we then constructed what we felt were 4 reasonable levels of service for the council to consider. The first is the current operation, 4 engines, a squad, cross-staffed ladder truck. Let me pause there. Cross-staffing means the ladder truck's in a fire station with 1 crew. And if a structure fire comes in, and if the crew is in the station, they can take the ladder truck instead of the pumping truck. If the crew is not in the station, you don't have a ladder truck available until another crew can be gotten to the piece of equipment. No paramedics at that point or emergency medical dispatch. That's basically the status quo if that's all you can write a check for. Your next incremental service enhancement, in our opinion, should be adding a city-based fire paramedic program. You have many employees who are certified to be paramedics. They just need their licensing procedures finished and stand up with oversight, and I'll get into that a little later, city paramedic program. Service level C is the first 2, A plus B, plus the addition of a city's headquarters staff for training, fire prevention, and the second office assistant. Option D would be all of those with the addition of permanent chief officers returning to the dedicated 3-person ladder truck crew to replace the 2-person squad. Now, you could do permanent chief officers in option A, but if you hired outside chief officers, even one of them, one of the internal acting chiefs would be returned to the line. In other words, you're raising the budget by the number of people you might hire from the outside. And those people came from the closed ladder truck. You closed a station, closed a ladder truck, ended up with 4 captains courageously, admirably acting out of class to be your chief officers. But if you chose not to make one or more of them permanent, your line headcount increases. That increase would be put back to the closed station or the ladder truck. So what do we recommend up and down the western U.S.? What everybody wants to know, well, geez, what's a minimum headquarters staffing level? We used to do it in 1975 or 1965, such and such a way. Given the safety and training regulations, the certifications, the liabilities necessary on fire command today, we would say at a minimum 1 fire chief, 3 battalion chiefs to provide 24/7, 365 incident command coverage, station supervision, training, 1 administrative office assistant. No different than your current headcount today. Bare bones minimum. To that, we would recommend you strongly consider adding a fire prevention position back, a full-time training officer. It's not that the line chiefs can't assist with training, but that in most departments is arguably a very full-time job, requiring a lot of training documentation and credentials. And if the line chief is busy running calls, and you have some very busy days here in this community, is the line chief able to give enough time to training or equipment or fleet apparatus issues versus just supervising the crew and going to emergency calls? You're stretching the rubber band when you do that. You would need an emergency medical oversight position for clinical supervision of your paramedic program. You can easily contract for that. You could enter into a joint powers authority agreement with 2 or 3 other fire agencies. Those are common models in California. And then a second office support position. You know, it's said an army runs on its stomach. Well, a fire department runs on its office support professionals. You only have 1, vacation or sick leave. Where's the records? How do we do X, Y, or Z? How do we answer a resident request for a fire report? Those are tough to do with 1-person staffs. The report goes into, and I won't read all the figures tonight, but we tried to explain what the city-based firefighter paramedic program could realistically cost. While it was admirable the department got partnerships in low-cost or no-cost solutions, the reality is it's not just a no-cost external end partnership. You have hard costs. You have hard costs for paramedic certification pay. You have hard costs for the cardiac monitoring and defibrillation technology and the maintenance plans on that biomedical hardware, small equipment and supplies, a replacement fund, and then there comes the phasing of how fast you could convert your existing firefighters and bring in new firefighters to existing vacancies. So in all total, your paramedic program costs are higher in year one because you're buying the equipment. You're adding a few more people in year two. By the third year, your paramedic program costs stabilize. You're now just paying maintenance agreements on the hardware. Everybody internally is trained, being given clinical oversight and paramedic pay. The paramedic program summary thus looked like this. You would spend, without emergency medical dispatch, $800,000 rounded down in year one. That decreases to $275 in year two, and then goes up a tick to $281 in the third year. There's training, certification cycle, reasons for the slight swing in numbers. Then on top of that, if you chose to self-do emergency medical dispatch, the big cost for that is the employees to do the work, hiring more dispatchers into your police 911 communications center. Yes, the state will help with software and the state will help train, but you don't have the bodies. And that's a big payroll cost. We then have two economic comparisons. I'm looking for the laser pointer button. Well, I'll do it without the pointer. This slide is a year-to-year comparison of service level D, which is complete city fire department restoration of services, paramedics, the ladder truck, compared to the county option. And you can see in year one, $800,000 in savings. Year two, $960,000 in savings. Thank you. In year three, the savings fall to $300,000. And you go, well, wait a minute, how'd that happen? We started something and the savings fell off, figuratively, the cliff. Well, the reason why is you have an unfunded liability with employees exiting CalPERS. When you compare internal service to county service, you can't wipe out your prior employee obligation to CalPERS. CalPERS, when you stop the employment of safety personnel, puts the actuarial costs that are not completely funded in a side bucket, and it works out payment terms with the local agency over a 10 to 15-year period. It takes CalPERS 2 years to do that. So your recent actuarial report said in year three, the remaining CalPERS payment kicks back in even if you've contracted out services. And we recommended you take the year one and two CalPERS savings, because you're going to pay zero for 2 years, put it aside in the bank, and be ready to pay CalPERS in year three going forward. So a better slide than the year-to-year comparison is the end game. Remember I said it takes 3 years for the paramedic cost to fully reach equilibrium, and it takes the third year for the CalPERS payment to kick in. So we looked at the cost of restored city services to level D, to the county proposal, not from what you were initially given in February, which was the core fire cost from each, but the total cost to the general fund. Because in your general fund, you're paying for liability, insurance, utilities, other things that aren't in the line item fire department budget. And some of those obligations stay even if you contract to the county. The biggest obligation would be your retrospective CalPERS pension obligation that's not fully funded. So we attempted to true up as accurately as possible with today's information. What does the general fund have to pay in the third fiscal year of conversion? That's your most apples-to-apples fiscal and service comparison. And in year three, if you went clear to service level D, can you go back one slide for me, please? Thank you. If you went clear to service level D, you're saving a little over $300,000. That's a low side estimate. Why? Because Riverside County, as every CAL FIRE contract in the state, bids its contract assuming every employee regardless of age or tenure, is at the highest pay step possible. So your contract quote is the worst it could ever be in today's dollars. Then every June 30th, they true up and say, well, what did we really write a payroll bill for? It's somewhere less than full cost, and you pay the trued up actual cost. Most CAL FIRE contracts, that's a few percent. In your case, it could be $100,000 or $200,000 more dollars, $100,000 in savings. But no one tonight can sit here and say, that's the total savings until you run that first or second year and you see what overtime and sick leave and all the other little moving parts to the fire department cost. So you're going to save at a minimum $300,000 in the third year. If, I'm going to say this several times, if you choose service level D, which is a full headquarters team, the restaffed ladder truck, and the Hemet Fire that you had before the recession. County contract issues. Everybody, I've got clients, let me say it this way, up and down the state. I've been consulting full-time now 8 years, time flies. Part-time before, a little bit before that, teaching. If I take the 8 years and split it with the recession roughly in the middle, 4 years pre-recession, 4 years post-recession. Pre-recession, lot of movement, lot of warm hugs about regional fire contracts. The legacy big contracts, LA County, Ventura, Orange, peace and love. The recession hits, second 4-year period, what am I seeing in my clients? A few clients fell off the fiscal world. They devastated their reserves, they shut down all the soft services they could, and they still could not pay the bill for the contract fire amount. I have clients in LA County that this happened to. There's people, I'm sure, in this county, San Bernardino, the other big contract counties. Oxnard pops up every few years and argues about the cost of its county contract. It's endemic. Why? Because when you're short dollars, you can't reach into a county fire operation and turn off 2 fire stations, like you did when you actually even laid off employees if you hadn't also gotten as much federal grant support. A big regional fire department says, hey, wait a minute, and I'll cite a client, Covina. Covina said, here's the books. We're out of reserves. Our next step is to close a fire station. And LA County says, but if you do that, the contract city across the freeway is going to be running into Covina more, and the minute they figure that out, that's a cross subsidy, and they're going to scream. So as you stitch these contracts together, the Orange County Fire Authority frequently argues over cost equity of what they put in versus what they get out. That's a historic tension in a large county contract. Some of the counties during the recession have figured out how to differentially in a region shut down some services and save their clients costs. But it's not easy to do it. I'm not going to be Pollyanna and say you can just flick the switch and tell the county close 2 Hemet stations and to heck with people figuratively across the street in the other communities. However, the offset is larger staff provides for future leader training, much better succession planning and development and rotation of experience in one's career in a larger agency, less worry about absences in critical positions. If you have 2 of the acting battalion chiefs get ill or injured, what do you do next? You have a small head count to begin with when things go wrong temporarily. Also, there's a soft cost that's not in any of Citygate's projections before you this evening. If you remove fire from any suburban City Hall headquarters, you alleviate the workload with payroll, accounting, human resources, risk management, legal, labor relations, workers' compensation, and disability retirement exposure. You've got a very expensive, risk-prone, dangerous occupation in your fire department. And if they get hurt, if they prematurely retire, get workers' comp settlements, do you want that actuarial exposure in a small bucket of 50 or 75 or in a bucket of hundreds or thousands? The bigger the bucket, the more smoothing on your rate structure, the contract that you'd be asked to pay, because you're part of something bigger that can smooth all of its costs over a very large number of employees. But To say it again, regional contracts are inflexible on costs. They just are. But you have obligations either way as a city council. You can't turn off fire department. You can't refuse to pay your own internal bill. And you'd say, well, but I can't refuse to pay the county bill. That's true. You'd be in a tough position to renegotiate your service level down a little bit to get savings in the future from the county if you needed it. But you know what? You have other obligations that are part of just being a city. You can't walk away from CalPERS. You're running a fire department, a police department. You owe CalPERS. Read, not the morning paper 2 days ago. City of San Bernardino is still trying to get out of its CalPERS payments and can't. The whole state pension system would crash if a run on the bank was started by people saying, we just don't like what we're paying, we're exiting the pension system. So you have obligations whether you have a city fire department or a contract. I've talked about regional FDs having trouble reducing agency contract costs to you but not others at the same time. Careful consideration needs to be given to local control versus all of the issues of running safety services on a small revenue base. And again, labor relations, city hall payroll, risk management functions. And you just can't put even a precise cost reduction on reduced liability because the larger organization has the training, the oversight, the sheer bodies and headquarters to do the best it can to control liability and injury exposure. And then even when it does happen, that fiscal harm is spread over a very large number of employees, cost-wise. So in conclusion, the county contract alternative, even if found to be the most promising policy choice, has substantial cost and policy issues that unfortunately at this point of the year still need to be resolved in negotiations with both city employees and the county. There's some fine points in there that are still subject to the meet and confer process with your employees and more direct contract negotiations with the county. If the city wants to further consider going with the county and chooses service level D for the sake of discussion as your ultimate city service goal, do paramedics now. You have people that can be recertified figuratively tomorrow. You can increase the level of service to Hemet with first responder paramedics. And then if things worked out with the firefighters and the county and you say we can fund service level D, we've settled all of the open issues, if you chose county down the road, your paramedic firefighters by then would be transferable. And if I'm misspeaking on the latest county CAL FIRE policies, I'm sure Chief Hawkins and team will correct me this evening. During final negotiations, the city can leave the temporary command staff in place while it negotiates the best fit conversion package of restoring city services or contracting, what the cost and conversion timing would be, what the employee retention issues would be. Those steps are necessary before you have all the final information before this council with which to make an informed decision. A final decision can be made after you're satisfied with the resolution of the open cost issues. The one issue you will not get to the last dollar is CalPERS. You've got a very good actuarial assessment from the best independent actuary in the state. But until CalPERS crunches the numbers and slides the envelope at you 18 or 24 months from now, you don't know to the dollar. So take that CalPERS obligation estimate plus or minus a few $10,000. It's very close, but it's not precise. So Citygate believes the city needs to determine the level of service it wants and can afford over a reasonable near-term time frame. And if that increased level of service is equivalent to County Fire Department Option 1 to include a staffed ladder truck, fuller headquarters staffing, you ought to consider negotiating the county path to closure. Why? Because basically it's not just less expensive in pure dollars, it's less expensive to the overall management of fire services and city hall services, and the county's willing to share the cost of a staffed ladder truck with you. Now, could some other contract for service design come out of these discussions? Perhaps. But they've put an a proposal on the table with those tangibles. Contracting with the county for that level of service still has the disadvantages of control. So let's come back to local control. I hear this a lot from my clients. I just need to control my fire department. And I say, well, what is it you control? How often is the fire department on the annual council agenda? Like community planning, zoning? They go, well, once a year when we set the budget, once every few years when we do labor negotiations, and once a spring when we do weed abatement. Twice a year. In most cities in California. You control your fire department by setting a policy choice for the level of services and directing your staff and fire chief to carry out the level of services you've been advised to fund. That's control. You can put all the control you want in a contract just like you have it on a fire chief. There's no magic one-paragraph fire services contract. If you want response times, chief officer staffing, customer service for builders with fire prevention, whatever it is you want, you can make a performance requirement in a contract, hold your contractor accountable, and if they don't do it, you can terminate the contract. We sometimes tell our clients that are considering a joint powers authority of 2 or 3 smaller cities, and I don't know if you're in a sewer or bus JPA here, some JPAs get squirrely. They're difficult to manage. Contract's not squirrely. Contract is straight up. County, you meet the provisions, we pay. If you don't meet the provisions, we're going to talk other things. If the city believes our recommendation 2 that the contract finally becomes the best option, again, you have to negotiate with the county and the city firefighters. And then after those negotiations that determine the final hard one-time conversion costs, perhaps as early as mid-spring, staff would bring you back final contract documents restoring city services or the county option. And with that, the staff and I would be happy to take your questions. The staff worked extensively with us on the internal fiscal accounting and all the backup detail, and if I can't answer your questions, I'm sure the manager's staff can. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask if we can go ahead and get the lights back up. Thank you very much. And again, I will turn this over to council for questions. Please focus strictly on questions on the report given, and we will refrain from comments and opinions at the end of the action item here. So I will go ahead and open it up for council for questions. Okay. Thank you for the presentation given. I'll go ahead and start with mine. One of the questions I had, so the ladder truck and the cost sharing behind the ladder truck. The county proposal shows that it's a 50% cost sharing. So in a typical scenario in the city of Hemet, when would the actual use of the ladder truck be used? So for example, I mean, if we didn't have the ladder truck, we had a different truck in place, when would the resources and the tools be used for the ladder truck? And the reason why I bring it up is, example would be like the hospital building. Obviously, that's a big building. We would need the ladder truck for that. But in what other instance or other scenarios would that ladder truck be used outside of if we didn't have it and we had another truck in its place?
Two quick answers. First of all, the quantity of usage for you and the county would be de minimis. Why? Because the serious fires and technical rescues that it's used for occur very infrequently. But without it, and I'll get to this in a second, you're lacking a very specialized tool. So it's kind of like funding. You don't like to think about this when you fly. That big, expensive crash fire rescue truck sitting within 90 seconds of the airport runway, fully staffed on the very rare event of an on-airfield emergency. Huge sunk costs in those stations, and it's a tool you never want to have to use, but you have to have it. Your ladder truck is more than an aerial. It's also a giant toolbox of your technical rescue equipment for what we call low and high angle rope rescue, automobile extrications, hazmat diking, absorbing materials. It's just a marvelous, versatile tool that would go to building fires, which you have a small quantity of, the statistics are in the report, and the other specialty response incidents. So based on that basis, and the county not having one immediately the other side of your border, I'm speaking for them. I didn't hear them answer the question quite this way in February. They saw value in saying, neither one of us need the full-time expense,
Right.
so why don't we share it?
The tools and the resources that you've spoken of, I mean, but most of those, would they be in any other fire truck outside of the reach?
Some can be and are, some are too big. It really depends on the tool, and probably more time than you want to take now on that.
Right, okay. The PERS obligations. So one of the things that you made mention in the report and in your presentation is in year 3, the price level changes, the savings in county option level D comes into about $300,000 because we now start paying off the PERS obligations, which is approximately a 10 to 15 year payback depending on what we negotiate with CalPERS.
Minor correction, no negotiation.
Okay, so whatever, right, but the term,
CalPERS will actuarially tell you the
Right.
final payment. You can take your first 2 years with no payments. CalPERS puts you in suspense while they figure it out.
Right.
So it's like your mortgage lender saying, no payments for 24 months, payment holiday, and then we're going to start a new payment schedule.
so let's assume that CalPERS does that, and let's say it's a 10-year payback, and on year 10 year and 1 day, that obligation then would be lifted in terms of that payback is for the city fire employees that we've trying to pay off on that CalPERS obligation?
Correct.
Okay, so
At some point, I don't know when, it goes away.
It goes away.
Because you stopped employing safety personnel. So today, you're paying an annual rate to CalPERS that assumes over the life, the career life, not the lifespan, the career life of the employee, that by time they retired, you have fully funded their obligation with investment earnings. Well, as we all know, CalPERS included, the whole nation took an economic hit. So some of your retrospective service credit hasn't been fully paid yet on an annual basis if you stop the careers at this point. So it's that retrospective fraction of underfunded liability they're going to do a lump sum accounting of and say, here's a repayment structure.
So in a theoretical scenario, if we hold all things constant, with the exception of the payback on the PERS obligation on the existing employees, at some point that obligation would be lifted, and then you would see, again, a cost for running the service, again, versus the cost running service with the Hemet Fire Department outside of that second bucket of PERS obligations.
Yes, and said this way, in current dollars, not trued up for inflation
Right.
and future pay raises, you'd probably realize some significant percent of additional savings from no longer paying the CalPERS payment. But no one can do that projection for you because we don't know what the county pension obligation would be, and we don't know what your salary settlements would be locally or what the counties will be 15 years from now. And I think all of us in the fiscal projection world learned a valuable lesson from this recession, which is projections hold 2 to 3 years out.
Right.
You know, and if you can guess the international money markets better than that, you're not doing what we're doing.
Not to mention, and then a dollar is worth more today than it is tomorrow. So it's one of the things that the community has talked to me, and it was in the deeds report, was I know it was something that we had asked the county in our presentation earlier in the year, was the restaffing of employees in the event. So I'll use again not a theoretical scenario, but a scenario that did happen: the Idlewild fires. Let's say a theoretical scenario had, for whatever reason, we had a CAL FIRE contract in place. They send out to go assist Idlewild in the fire. It looks like they backfill to the city of Hemet would be approximately 30 minutes to get someone to come back here and take care of the needs of the community. And I don't know if this would be more towards the fire department or to the city manager, maybe you can answer it, but in that same scenario, so in our case, we did send some trucks up, Hemet Fire sent some trucks up to Idlewild. If there is a theoretical scenario that we needed that support back down here, what is Hemet Fire support to backfill our end now, and what would that time frame be approximately?
To answer the question, Primo and I had this discussion this afternoon. If we're lucky enough to get our local firefighters back, they could backfill in 30 minutes or less. Is that correct, Primo?
It's an approximate.
Yeah.
Approximate.
I'd like to clarify and answer your question this way. And I want to do so carefully because I don't want to tell the two parties at the negotiating table with the county how to solve this. Their bid proposal said Hemet would be a must backfill area, which makes common sense.
Right.
No regional fire department can leave a whole valley with nothing behind, even though they may backfill from the city of San Diego to North LA County to eventually restaff everybody, plus recalling off-duty for your reserve equipment. They'll do all of that. They haven't completely described, to my satisfaction, what the backfill policy would be. And once they tell you explicitly in different scenarios what the backfill would be, if you're uncomfortable with that, put a contract clause in that basically rejects it and says, no, we want a minimum of X units within Z minutes of them leaving the city limits. Find a way to restaff with personnel, rearrange your move and cover. I think you need to fully understand how they would do it given the call volumes in Hemet. That's not apparent in the proposal.
Great, thank you. Let's go down the line.
Yeah, I got a couple of questions. You referenced the Charleston incident, I think it was 2007, and it wasn't clear to me what you began seeing maybe in your evaluation of Hemet Fire Department that was a parallel with Charleston. Or I'm trying to figure out why the references, was it incident command failure, or was it the lack of inspections? I was just curious how that scenario brought into your analysis.
We commonly, our clients say, can you put into some level of perspective our risk exposure, the liabilities of modern safety regulations in the fire service? In my career span, I won't say every, but the vast preponderance of active fire combat deaths, structural and wildland, were preventable. And were preventable for a variety of reasons. So the answer to your question, not being flip, is E, all the above. On-scene command, safety procedures throughout an agency, communication procedures during an incident, having the policies in place not to risk lives unnecessarily, their protective clothing, their breathing equipment. It takes a system to fully protect and deploy a safe, effective firefighter under a safe, effective command structure. And when those pieces fray or get short-circuited, the wildland community really bears the brunt, even more so than structural firefighting tragedies, but still they happen in burning buildings. So we advise our clients, it's not just the head count on the street. It's not the number of fire stations. It's this support structure that from the moment they walk in and take the oath of office, through the chief of department, who's now doing budgeting and personnel and fire prevention and community affairs, the entire system walks the talk on safety and effectiveness and predictability of outcome. You know, there's a famous saying by a risk management lecturer in the Western U.S. who's an attorney, ex-CHP officer, and the men and women in blue know who I mean. Predictable is preventable. Predictable is preventable. But it takes a command structure and safety training and equipment to ensure that those things don't happen. So it's a typification without a bibliography citation of every tragedy in the last 20 years in the American Fire Service.
Great, that helps. And also you mentioned when it came to Measure C that it was poorly written, non-defining exactly what response times. In your career and around the state, do you typically see measures like that, or do you typically see measures that are more precise in their language?
The use of statistics and words better defining what response time means has really only come into the American Fire Service in the last 15 years, and the conversion to go away from average and generic statements is not fully realized yet, sadly. So we commonly find general plan safety elements, budget performance measures, not meeting clear grammatical definitions of what it is you're trying to measure. It's like telling a scientist, fill the beaker, but to what line do you want the beaker filled? You know, where do I start from? So I actually think it's one of the better written in that era, one of the better written measures, but I just as a response statistician can't tell you what it means. If you told me to the minute or to the 5-second increment, tell me am I meeting it or not?
Gotcha. Last question is, you mentioned in your report that you determined it was an atypical scenario for the excessive amount of medical response calls for a community as Hemet. 87%, I believe, is what that number was. Is there a typical? Is there a 60 or 70? Two-thirds is atypical?
Two-thirds on the low side, and then depending on socioeconomics, 75%'s not unheard of. Going north of 80 is a community that is probably, sadly, in American healthcare, tremendously underinsured. So the 911 and emergency room system becomes the health insurance of last resort.
Gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Wright?
On page 41, which indicates the comparison of service level and cost alternatives with EMD costs, and the last figure of 420,374. That figure came from?
That figure came from the base staffed costs, let's call them the proposal costs, adjusted for legacy operations, as the words in that section state, of operating your fire services program for everything the general fund pays for. So we adjusted costs into the Hemet proposal, for example, for paramedics. The report talks about that. We also put costs onto the county for things like your PERS liability obligation payment for 10 or 15 years. So we attempted to true up both ledgers on exactly what you'd pay staying independent and what you'd pay contracting, but my definition of payment is not the fire budget solely, it's all impacts to the general fund. Your liability, your insurance, your vacation payout amount if you were to contract with the county and convert the firefighters. All of those numbers are embedded in that true-up.
And so the initial base cost, before all those things were added, was the figure that was provided us on February 27th, the budgets that is the $9 million cost. Is that where you started?
Yes. And then on the city fire side, we subtracted the current budget appropriation of $900,000 for paramedics and EMD because we found there was a depth of the staff work. We couldn't trace those numbers back with any precision to guaranteed amounts. So we took the 900 out and then rebuilt a paramedic program budget, and you see that table in the report. So on that issue, you can see exactly what our more refined paramedic program cost estimates were. So we took away, we added back, or we added new. And again, we did it to both sides, both proposals, under governmental accounting best practices.
I have a question with regards to the revenue that was added with regards to weed abatement and all those issues. And if in fact we carry on some of the responsibilities within the city with regards to weed abatement, AMR lease for the Station 5, Mercy Air lease, those those revenues still stay with Hemet.
Correct.
Okay.
So those were revenue credits to both sides of the ledger.
Okay, so if I took those away from CAL FIRE then, their revenue would be $89,500 based on fire permit, what revenues they would receive. And the revenue for Hemet, with including weed abatement and such, the revenue would be $178,001.
The more overview answer is, there are no revenues directly attributable to the county unless you delegate the authority to collect that on your behalf and allow the county to charge a management fee. So under final contract negotiations, you've got to settle maybe some things on permits. But in reality, the Hemet General Fund receives all revenues, including your fire revenues, and makes all expenses. The bottom line ledger is the general fund in and the general fund gives. So you take control of those revenues. You're not passing revenue decisions or levels to the county if you contract out. And we attempted to be as fair as we can with the current information to both sides, again, of that cost equilibrium. The revenues stay in the model.
Were the layered administration costs from the state and the county considered in their cost estimates?
Yes, to the degree they're embedded in their lump sum comprehensive proposal. The way they do costing, some of that's teasable out, and some of it's embedded, and you'd have to ask them tonight if you need more specificity on that issue.
I'll save some of my questions for later.
Councilmember Krupa.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a couple general questions. The costs for CAL FIRE, are they based on their newest budget costs and updated from last fiscal year to this fiscal year?
They told us, and again, I'm speaking, where are they?
Chief Hawkins is over there writing.
When they made the proposal to Hemet, they used their known labor costs for fiscal 13-14.
Yes.
And Chief Hawkins just said yes. So they didn't have to update their proposal for costs. They clarified the wording, as I understand it, on the must-fill, mutual aid backfill, issue, and put a different date or a slightly different date on it. But there was no redoing of the numbers. We took their base bid to you. We didn't negotiate with them. We read it, said, are we understanding what we read? What's included, what's not included, like on apparatus. There's some soft costs there that aren't in their base bid. They need to sit down with the potential client and say, do you want to buy and fix the fire trucks, or do you want us to? So some of that can still swing back and forth a little bit.
That's part of my next question. Going back to the cost sharing on the truck that the mayor started, I understand the cost sharing, however, to your recollection, because I didn't find it anywhere, was there anything in there where the truck would be housed, a percentage of the time? Is cost sharing, is here 50% of the time and someplace else 50% of the time?
This is a verbal conversation between CAL FIRE and myself. So see, this is one of the issues when you start going through a proposal line by line, the conversation ends up being a contract clause that you don't yet, you haven't even made the decision if you even want to try. Verbally, they said downtown Hemet, because the road network and the response zone for, quote, a ladder truck in this part of the county would radiate out from Hemet. Hemet has the most larger building risks, the most call volumes. They'd base it in Hemet. They wouldn't spend 2.5 days a week here and 2.5 or 3 days in another station in the unincorporated area. Chief Hawkins, is that a fair restatement? It is.
Okay.
Now, emergency-wise,
there you go.
you're both betting how often a building fire anywhere will need it on scene. Because some small house fires don't need it. The first or second pumper, handle it, it's a minor incident, unattended food on the stove, ladder truck's canceled, never gets there. So the actual out-of-service time on Hemet emergencies to regional emergencies would have to be calibrated going forward. But like any cost-share construct in a contract, you could renegotiate that split in a future contract cycle. Now I'm giving both sides good and bad advice, because what if the split's 80-20 Hemet? They've at least opened the discussion at 50-50.
Okay. I'm going to ask you your personal opinion. If the only choice for the city of Hemet is level of service, what would your choice be?
Level D. I didn't stutter. 4 fire stations, the 5th is growth relights, 4 fire pumpers, a ladder truck, an incident command officer, 24/7, 365, credentialed to hold that role, supervised and trained by an adequate headquarters team.
Okay. And based on that, the cost study that you have done up here says, of course, that CAL FIRE will offer the best deal cost-wise. Now, if cost is a major issue with the city in being able or unable to pay a future invoice, then that level of service is a mandated cut to us if we can't pay. You talked about it in your presentation, that it then kind of puts us between a rock and a hard spot, in that we don't really have too many negotiating options with CAL FIRE except to reduce service. Then we also have the other side of the coin, that we have Measure C, or EE, is whatever it is that it was reaffirmed by, that also mandates a response time. I guess I'm asking you to look into your crystal ball and say, you know, in your personal opinion, what's the best option for the city when cost is absolutely an issue going forward?
It predisposes a knowledge of your revenue and growth projections, your other internal costs. We didn't do a city, general fund. I don't know to what degree you are or not in a deficit spending, how long your one-time reserves will last, where your deficit line crosses back to being a positive if you have a deficit today. So there's no black and white answer. I'd have to know what degree of risk tolerance do I have, that I have a strong enough economic model to forecast the ability to pay service level D for a long period of time. Because ultimately, it's a 300K swing. Let's say on the low side, it maybe is 450. What's your total general fund budget?
38 million.
38 million. So let's call it a 350K swing on a general fund budget of that size is not huge. You're not going to sink the general fund if the fire contract goes up 1.5%. Whether you give a pay settlement to your own employees or the county gives a pay settlement to their employees. What we all know in safety services, as we get out of the recession, the cost curve will again increase. Employees have been held back, they've contributed, they've helped save this department locally, they have elsewhere, and at some point, pay starts to creep up again.
Okay. On EMD, you brought out the information that I was totally deficient in. I mean, I was under the impression that EMD was something that, quote, we couldn't live without, and it was going to save us money by, fielding phone calls and sending the correct equipment. You're stating that that's not necessarily so because of the size of our city, but at the same time, you said that the county has EMD, but that they don't utilize it out in this area?
Chief
So are we
Hawkins, is that
paying for
correct? You
something
don't
we're
do
not getting?
differential resource dispatch, do you, or do you? He needs to comment now or later on that question.
Robert, no?
What? Let him, Chief, if you could please answer Councilwoman's question.
I always end up the one that asks you these questions.
Thank you very much. John Hawkins, Riverside County Fire Chief. I'm honored to be here tonight and to be able to address this question and provide you any other information. And basically, let's ask the question again so I get it.
Okay, it is said that we really don't need EMD in the city, but that the county uses EMD, well, has EMD, but doesn't necessarily use it in this area.
No, we do use it. We use 1/2 of EMD. As Mr. Gary indicated, there are two components to EMD. One are pre-arrival medical instructions. The other, the second half, is triage dispatching by levels of response. We do provide pre-arrival instructions, and we have many examples of people who we've been able to coach to survival.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that answer. Mr. Gary, on the paramedic issue, I believe there was a statement in here that basically maybe Hemet wouldn't even need paramedic service because we rely on AMR for paramedic coverage. Would you actually recommend that, or go back to your option D that includes paramedics in the city of Hemet, with Hemet Fire?
You have the level of fire service you can afford.
Yes.
You know, it's not my role as a consultant to project, again, revenue to expenses versus your other competing needs on public safety, police, library, parks and rec, youth programs, et cetera, et cetera. A fire department, neighborhood fire engine-based paramedic program is a great level of service. Is it essential if you can't afford it? Well, coincidentally, the current paramedic contractor has a deployment station in Hemet. So their valley-wide resources change shifts here. They also run a lot of intra-facility transfers in and out of your hospital. So they have resources coming and going all day. I didn't do the documentation review, but again, based on an oral interview, they have no problem meeting their response time mandated by the county in the city of Hemet. But here's your challenge going forward. If you don't convert to maybe to fire-based paramedics, how do you know what the next county ambulance contractor will house its ambulances and do shift change at? Would Hemet be so lucky for 25 years? So for the modest cost increase, and let me define modest, of converting your existing paramedic-capable employees, I would do it. If you asked me, I have no paramedic employees, I need to send them all to 1,200 hours of training and risk some not even passing, and that's into the 6 figures of cost, would I do it? And I really can't afford it. I'd say hang on today, get your budget more stabilized, see what the county does with the rebid of its transport contract, and kick that can down the road a fiscal year or two. But today you have people that are trained that you coincidentally hired in, so why not just give them the clinical support and the tools and say we have that extra level of, quote, life, paramedic insurance on the street.
Okay.
And I say that having been a fire paramedic in both a transport, non-transport system in my youth.
Okay. I think that takes care of me for now.
Councilmember Milne.
Okay, thanks. This is the great thing about being at the end of the line, because a lot of things already have been answered. You talked a lot about the liability. In your experience with a hometown fire department, what could the liability do? Like, let's say a lawsuit. What are the ramifications of a lawsuit to a city fire department?
Your sadly, more probable liability statistically is for workers' comp injuries, either temporary or permanent disabling.
Mm-hmm.
And what that does to your long-term workers' comp and pension costs. You can have a frivolous lawsuit filed for other perceived acts of negligence. and at a minimum, you'd have the cost of defending that lawsuit through at least one layer of courts. And I do not practice law. They don't tell me how to practice fire. So you'd have to ask your city attorney that. It would really just be a number almost pulled out of thin air, because some frivolous lawsuits can be dealt with before they ever go to trial. Others go to the state appellate court. You know, it depends on the circumstance. But you'd at a minimum have the cost of the legal team to analyze and defend those issues. But I will tell you, as a practicing fire chief, not just a consultant who's reviewed a lot of agency books, you will more than likely have a sustained workers' comp and disability pension exposure.
Okay. In finding 10, where it talks about negotiations and going for the labor cost of, you know, if we were to contract and have those negotiations, who is ultimately responsible? Does CAL FIRE set those labor costs? Does our fire department set those labor costs? How are those determined? Who's the ultimate responsible party?
If I understand the question correctly, if you were doing implementation discussions with both staying internal and contracting, you set your internal labor market costs over time. The county has their and statewide salary setting construct. So they would set it and say, but they should be able to explain to you, this is how we look at salary change or benefit change costs over time. Some of the regional agencies, and I did not have this conversation with Riverside staff, so I'm speculating, some of the regional fire departments are now establishing what they call an advisory committee, a fire commission, a few elected officials, and some city managers from contract cities, and they bring them in on a periodic basis and say, here's how we're doing, here's the cost of doing business, here's how the labor market's moving, and in effect have a similar conversation as you already do on setting labor costs, but they have it with their regional partners. So the regional partners can be at least included in how they got there, and maybe even nudge them back away or towards something they'd prefer to see happen. So I think what we're seeing after the recession is a more inclusionary partnership on some of the regional providers to include their contract partners early and often.
Okay, and looking at that recession, do you see, whether it's a regional agency or a city agency, is the ebb and flow a little bit of the same, the cutbacks, or are they much different?
Much different, because sadly, the recession, while it impacted everyone to some degree in every area, severely hurt others.
Yeah.
While in the wealthier counties, it knocked property appreciation from double digits to flat. Marin County never really seriously went negative.
Okay.
You know what this county, Stockton, so very disparate impacts. So the cuts and the challenges to fire service, it was really follow the money. The more the severe revenue impacts, the more police and fire took serious losses, both in metro cities and suburban. So size didn't matter, it was all cash flow.
It was all cash flow. Okay. So would it be fair to say then, to clarify, that those that were harder hit, whether it be county or whether it be city, they ebbed and flowed the same, together, and then the wealthier counties with the cities that weren't hit so hard, they ebbed and flowed the same, even though those
Correct.
two models were different?
No, based on my experience, that's a very fair, crude, but very fair, not crude, high-level comparator.
Okay. And finally, I'm just going to hit Measure C again, because this seems to have been a really large topic of the discussion. And you're saying it's not very clarifying, it's not very clear, even though it was okay for the time that it was passed. Would you recommend that we as a council, in thinking of our residents, clarify that, and then whichever agency that we go on with, that we clarify those in our contracts? Or, because you said you've seen some of these before, how have other cities dealt with those measures?
A well-defined response time statement states the beginning timestamp available in somebody's record system on a reproducible, reliable basis, and an end time frame. And it uses a fractal or percent of goal measure, not an average measure. My industry, to our dismay, for decades used average. And if you go back to high school statistics, what's average? It's the center of the data set. It's the midpoint. You could have 1,000 calls 5 seconds past that midpoint or 20 minutes. You don't know from average. But if you say our goal is to have the first responder wheels stopped on scene within X minutes of our 911 center going, hello, what's your emergency? And the first timestamp electrically they can grab. 90% of the time, now you can statistically look at compliance. I'm sure the people that wrote Measure C in their heads knew what response time meant, but sadly they didn't put it grammatically in the sentence.
Okay. Mayor, I'm finished with my questions at this time.
Thank you. I want to go back and touch on something that, a question that Council Member Krupa had asked and kind of tie it into the two tables that you presented in your report. I want to go back to emergency medical dispatch, but I also want to touch and tie in AMR or paramedic services and as it relates to a private entity, because something you said came to my attention here. So at the moment, because we do not have paramedics on our trucks, we don't have them, we don't have a paramedic program in
Correct.
place in the city of Hemet at the moment. So it's fair to say that we were, in terms of paramedic abilities, we rely on AMR at the moment.
Correct.
Okay, so AMR is a great partner, by the way, but they are they're for-profit company, so they need to make money. They are currently they're just finishing up the first year of a 3-year deal. So as you made mention, in theory, as that contract either is renegotiated with AMR or another private party comes in and wins a bid with Riverside County, the level of service in terms of having paramedics stationed in the city of Hemet could change. It could change where they're housed, like as you said, they're housed here now, but that could change, right? Correct. Based on whatever contract is negotiated through the county.
Is it more likely or not? I'd say more likely not, because if one contractor mathematically said the road network and the call locations make Hemet a hub,
right,
it's probably a hub in the future. But I'm trying to give you my best advice on predictability, and because it's a contract subject to rebid,
right,
you can't guarantee it.
Which is why you're recommending service level option D for either, whether it's Hemet Fire or for County Fire, because of the paramedic program that's going to be added on, whether we go with the county or ultimately stay with the city.
If I were on this council trying to triage my cash flow, I recommended paramedics in service level B. Do it on your own, do it yesterday. I don't think is sustainable for 2 reasons. No paramedics, and you have an acting headquarters cadre that need to be made permanent or permanent people brought in, whatever the best fix is.
Which is the existing service that we have now.
Yeah, that's existing service, crippled by the recession. I took the approach that it's now rebuild time, and depending on cash flow, what's the rebuild arc look like?
Right.
Do nothing, do a little something, add paramedics, then add some headquarters, a few positions, then get the ladder truck restored, full headquarters. So it's incremental, based on cash flow.
So going back then, so really if we go back and we take a look at emergency medical dispatch, from my understanding, Chief Hawkins, you're saying that emergency medical dispatch is included with county fire option. That's included in your proposals, correct?
Yes, it is. It's included for the one phase of the 2 phases, and that's pre-arrival medical instructions.
Okay. So if I go back to, if I take a look at Table 6, which shows a comparison of city-level service D to county option 1 with EMD costs. County option 1's costs do not change. It's still in year 3, it's the $11,423,774. That's included with the EMD costs. But if I add if we decide at some point as a city that we want to move in the direction of EMD, that changes the cost level of service level D that's comparable with the city fire department.
Yes, and at that point, we put the table in the report. I put the PowerPoint on a diet, even though it may not have seemed like it tonight. The other table in the report says, if you were to implement EMD, the savings at service level D become $1 million. Why? Well, it's the 300 plus the 700 for dispatchers you'd never hire. Round numbers, it's $1 million cost shift. So that's where the economies of a very large scale really start to click in, with the resultant hesitancy about cost control going forward. There's no perfect solution here to save the maximum dollars with the maximum control. You can't, no council anywhere in America in a contract scenario can get there. You're going to give a little something to get hopefully enough to make the enough policy compelling.
Okay.
And if it's not policy compelling, you stay independent.
And because I want to make sure I understand the two tables, because I see that there's two tables. One that includes EMD, another table that does not include EMD. But the county options never change in either tables. It's because
Correct, because they can't peel out their EMD cost.
Right.
It's a sunk cost. They run it system-wide today. They didn't have a line item EMD surcharge to Hemet. Now, Hemet's, well, people come into the system. In theory, everybody saves a little bit because, yes, Hemet's paying for the loaded cost of the entire county structure, and embedded in that loaded cost is dividing your number of engines
Right.
into their total pie, and the total pie includes EMD dispatchers.
So if I go back to the table that says without EMD costs, city level service D really is still, just based off of what I see, is still deficient though of EMD because that's included in county option 1.
Yes.
Okay.
It's deficient is how you want to measure the two halves of EMD. I want to be very, very clear tonight because it's easy to say EMD is great. Pre-arrival self-help instructions are great. This differential dispatch of an ambulance only, or an ambulance and squad only, or a squad only, or a basic ambulance in 20 minutes, is your public ready to accept that answer from 911? Oh, Johnny fell off his skateboard. It's not life-threatening. We'll get a basic ambulance there in 15 minutes per the county contract. I know if I were a parent, I wasn't thrilled when Kaiser told me, drive my first grader with the broken wrist to the emergency room, and I got there as a paramedic and said, how come the kid's not howling? He's got an S in his forearm. So I get that from both sides of the equation. Even though medicine would say you don't need the paramedic, mom and dad, grandparents, whatever, oh, give me the paramedic in 30 seconds.
Right.
I'm going to feel better. Higher level of care.
Okay. Thank you both. I have no further
I have
questions.
one more question, if you don't mind. Is this on? You had mentioned earlier that it was rather typical when municipalities move towards larger agencies and they take the equipment and they move the equipment over for the reasons that you stated. And then if an agency decided it wanted to go back into its business, it would get equal value for the equipment. Riverside County, I'm not aware of maybe one city that ever tried to move back, or a district. You had a broader spectrum and see the state. Is it typical, or is it rare that you would see cities wanting to go back into their own services?
It's rare. The trend in the California Fire Service, once into a pretty significantly sized system, most stay, unless some fiscal calamity forces them to so reduce the level of service, let's say go back to all volunteers or mainly volunteers, that they can't afford career staff from anybody. And occasionally, so that happens. Partnerships of two cities have a pretty high divorce rate because it's pretty tough to do business in a 2 or 3 suburban agency JPA and have management elected officials over 10 or 20 years see life the same way in terms of fire service costs. But once you get to be Ventura, LA, Orange, San Bernardino, Riverside, Alameda County, Napa County, Napa County's the oldest CAL FIRE contract, Riverside. Riverside is, Napa's two, trying harder. Well, Napa says they're the oldest. But decades and decades without a big coming and going, because when the cities look at their revenue to reestablish a complete modern safety-regulated fire service, they go, oh, this is in 1985. We'd have to spend that much on fire overhead costs? No, thank you. We'd rather be part of the larger. And the savvy large agencies tend to give the local customers what they want in terms of performance.
I want to go back to Measure C again. Would you agree that the language in the measure being not as significant as it should be, do you think it really lies on the lack of what you expect the response time to be? Is it from the time you get the call, or is it from the time you actually leave the station? In which case, I understand we have two different response time data with regards to the county measuring it from one point and our fire measuring it from another point. So do you think the clarity really runs within when the response time should be recorded? That certainly would be significant to me.
Ideally, a council should set a service level objective. Keep a house fire to within the house of origin. Maybe not the room, but within the house of origin. Some people should be saved if salvageable upon arrival. So if you do the backwards calculation from the first unit getting there with a really bad problem to the point of the phone call, you have a time continuum. So it's okay if you wanted to say Measure C intended driving time or Measure C intended from crew notify to on scene, that's fine. But to maintain your service level policy, you've got to take the clock back to the beginning.
Right.
Because if you lose 3 or 4 minutes of unmeasured process, you think you're getting there in 5 and you're not. You're getting there in 8, 9, or 10. Total time from your resident's perception of hanging up 911 helps on the way.
Right. I again want to go back to the fire truck. Fire truck location is very important to us in this community. And I was a little surprised that tonight it indicated, county indicated that the truck would be located in Hemet, say even 50%, whatever the time frame is. Because the question was asked specifically back in February where that fire truck was going to be located 100% of the time. And the answer was Menifee. So at what point did it change? Or we have, the original proposal did not indicate that. And so I'm very concerned about that.
It is an imperfect process to go from an RFP to every contract term nailed down to the specifics. So on that issue, you'd have to ask county staff if they shifted their position or not, or how or why they shifted over time. I'm trying to say from creating an independent city service level to a county service level, that you need one, they agree you need one, and that's why they really only want to vend you a solution with a ladder truck. But again, it's oral testimony now moving over time.
I think it warrants an answer from Chief Hawkins. Chief, if you could please clarify, Council Member Wright, she said that the original discussion was that you were going to house the truck in Menifee, and then it's changed to Hemet.
We had originally 3 options, and one of them was to staff a truck in the city of Hemet. Another option was to staff a squad in lieu of a truck, and another option was use the truck out of Menifee, Truck 76. And we feel, based on the first meeting, clearly, that number one, the citizens of Hemet want Station 3 open. We see that and understand that. We also see and understand the need for a truck company. And a truck company is an aerial ladder. And frankly, my guess in this busy Hemet-San Jacinto Valley, that truck is going to work on at least 2 to 3 emergencies every day. Because I think the truck will work what we call cutters, which are cut and rescue or traffic collisions where we have to extricate people out of vehicles. I see a huge use, effective use of the truck for that purpose. And frankly, with incipient structure fires, the ability to get to a room and contents fire and the truck company to open it up, force entry, open the roof, and be sure that the fire doesn't chase throughout the attic or whatever is critical. A truck company, in my professional opinion, 50 years with the fire service, a truck company is needed in these communities.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, let's go ahead. Linda, go ahead, and then Shelley can go.
And Chief Hawkins, you may want to stay up there. This goes back to EMD. You said it's the life-saving information on the phone while people get there. But then Mr. Gary made the comment that he was upset because he was told it was going to take 20 minutes for an ambulance to get to his son who had a broken arm, and he had to transport him himself. Am I to assume that that will happen here? I mean, that our people will get the response that this is not a medical emergency, so therefore, hang on, we're not going to get there for 20 minutes?
We would definitely interrogate the call, and we would work. Our dispatchers are trained and certified by a national organization to provide EMD. And as such, maybe hypothetically, I could give you an example. The 911 call would go into the City of Hemet Police Department, and if we were your provider, would be transferred to us. We would say, 911, what is your emergency? And you say, my son has fallen off the skateboard or a bicycle, and it looks like he's hurt. Then our dispatchers are going to immediately ask, where does he appear to be hurt? Is he breathing? Is he talking? Because if he's talking, he's probably breathing. And then they're going to ask the question like, is he bleeding? Or is there does it appear to be there's any angulation to any of his joints? Or is he showing any indications of a head injury? They're going to try to determine this. And then they're going to make a determination on the call and whatever. Our process, as Mr. Gary stated, is clearly we're going to send a fire engine. We're going to send a fire engine to that call because we just can't be absolutely certain what is exactly going on. Someday, I believe that smartphones or iPhones, people will see an emergency, they'll take a picture, they'll push a button, it'll transmit 911, the dispatcher will have a picture of what's going on. And then once the dispatcher triages the call, they're going to give pre-arrival medical emergency instructions. In other words, if the young boy is not breathing, is his airway open? And they're going to instruct the RP reporting party to open the airway and how to do that. And if there's bleeding going on, then the dispatchers are going to instruct how to use direct pressure or whatever to try to stop the bleeding prior to the arrival. And our dispatchers tell our responding companies that pre-arrival instructions are being given, and this is what's happening, so that we know clearly what's going on. And even though the cost is a big issue for you for the one-time startup cost for EMD, we've already done it, and it's already in place.
Let me just, and I realize that when someone calls 911, the emergency can be in their mind, but it's still in their mind, so it is perception. So if, hypothetical situation, falling off a skateboard, they're breathing, but they're bleeding, they may have a broken bone, nobody knows. I guess my question is there a delay in getting an emergency unit to that person because of the fact that it's not a heart attack, it's not a
No,
stroke?
there's no
it's
delay with us.
Not somebody bleeding?
Councilmember Krupa, we're going to send the nearest resource. We're going to send it. We're not going to hesitate.
Thank you.
Chief Hawkins, if I may, I'm sorry. I tried to get you.
Please don't be sorry. There's a gentleman here I got in his way, and I don't want to, I'm trying to move out of the way.
I wanted to go back a little bit to the ladder truck.
Yes.
As I understand, we have mutual aid that goes both ways. So currently, because you do service the city of San Jacinto, do you currently use that ladder truck now for San Jacinto? Where does the ladder truck come from for San Jacinto if you need it?
We could go to Hemet. We would typically go to our, one of our fire stations, and we have a ladder truck in Station 90 in North Paris, or we would go to the city of Menifee and get truck 76.
Okay, so you are utilizing your own ladder trucks at that point?
Yes, we
correct?
are.
Okay.
But see, the value of a integrated system with the truck, sharing the truck, is it would maximize everybody's best interest in the
Right.
valley.
In the valley. Now, let me ask you, in the county area of Hemet, which is very confusing and which I don't think a lot of people in our city even know whether they're in the city or the county, they just consider themselves in Hemet. Are you using the Paris truck or the Menifee truck, or are you using the Hemet truck?
If the need is immediate, we're going to go to Hemet for mutual aid.
Okay, but what do you currently do? Hemet's-
We're going to try,
Okay.
it's a subjective decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Any other questions for Gary for the presentation? Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. What we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and recess for 5 minutes. It's 7, folks, please. It's 7:55 now. We're going to go ahead and reconvene at exactly 8 o'clock, so a 5-minute recess.
Follow me?
Yeah, don't ever.
Folks, we'll go ahead and ask to please take your seat, and we're going to go ahead and reconvene. Once again, I'll ask that you please take your seats. We're going to go ahead and reconvene. Please take your seats, or if you wish to chat, you may do so out in the foyer.
When you get through with the speakers, would you give it to me, make sure I get the guy's name?
What did you want to do in terms of the stuff that came after the agenda came out? You know, wait till the end of the comments, I mean, to... Yeah, emails and letters, right into the record. Okay, I just want to make sure.
You want me to manage those? You can pass this one separately?
That concludes the report, the staff report section of item number 12. Next, we will move to comments from the public on this item. Again, these are not communications from the public, items not on the agenda. This is strictly for item number 12. If you wish to speak on an item not on the agenda, please do a request slip, mark public comments, and that will be held over to the end of the staff agenda item.
Excuse me, Mayor. Were we able to have an opportunity to speak to, have questions for our fire department?
Oh, okay. Well, that's why I asked if there's any other questions, but go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's
there's a
okay.
lot.
That's okay.
Okay, can you go ahead?
Go ahead.
Chief, can you answer a few questions for me?
Hello.
Hi. Could you give me your perspective on where, or how important it is with regards to the fire truck, the ladder truck? Can you give, you know, how many times it's utilized here? Just your perspective on that.
I get what you're saying. One of the privileges I possess is I have a collection of experts here. So that question, can you hear me? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn over to Mr.
that's
Scott
fine.
Bailey, Captain Scott Bailey.
Hello, thank you. My name is Scott Bailey, and a little bit about me real quick. I have 25 years of fire service experience, 23 with the city of Hemet. And hopefully I'll be able to put in what Chief Hawkins did over there, because that's phenomenal. A little bit on the ladder truck issue. There's reality and then there's perception. And one of the concerns we have is the perception of the deal this is to pay for certain costs regarding ladder truck and spreading those costs out, and thus the ladder truck responding to the whole community or the whole valley and beyond, rather than your community. If, for instance, that crew and that piece of equipment is simply training over with firefighters in San Jacinto or on a traffic accident on Ramona Expressway, and they're completing up there, and we have a structure fire over here in the city of Hemet, the distance that truck would have to travel nullifies its existence to us. Because by the time it arrives on scene, the activity at the incident, the fire incident, is going to nullify its existence, because we won't be able to tactically use it if it were there in a timely manner like it's currently in its current use now. The other thing about that ladder truck specific to the citizens of Hemet, if you look in the crowd out here, you'll notice there's a significant senior population in our crowd. Correct?
Folks, please, again.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to stir, I'm just trying to make a point. You'll notice that in the community of Hemet, that, especially in Station 2's area, that there's a significant amount of households that are barred up, that are heavily fortified. One of the things about that ladder truck crew is they have additional rotary saws, heavy equipment to force entry. In a nutshell, what a ladder truck crew does is they support the guys that squirt water. And it's very simple, to be stated very simple. Again, we can't pile all the equipment we need on the one fire engine and be functional. We have to, that's why, as it was said by the consultant, that the ladder companies typically have specific heavy go-to equipment on them that enable us to perform our job. So where I'm going with this is by increasing the response area of that ladder truck, while on paper, under hard costs, it looks attractive. But in reality, under the soft costs, it's not. It sounds like a good deal, but what you're doing is you're basically augmenting the county in which they don't have sufficient resources to cover their own area. Now, make this perfectly clear. I'm not knocking the personnel or anything like that. What I'm saying is they're stretched thin. They cover 7,000 some square miles of area. But what you're doing is you're nullifying that effect or the capability of that piece of equipment and personnel. You're reducing the likelihood of it being in proximity to have a effective outcome on an incident that occurs in Hemet because the potentiality of it being spread out so much. Does that make sense? It's a serious reduction. Now, and again, I need to point out to you, on paper, it looks quite appealing. But again, perception versus reality is different. What we're doing by augmenting the county with your resources and their resources is we're actually reducing our coverage for the people who live within the geographical boundary of Hemet. We also have internal issues in Hemet itself that reduce response time, such as above ground drainage. So again, that further reduces our ability to get around quickly. So again, the more we spread our resources out, specifically a highly technical, highly specialized resource like that, we're reducing our capability to work with people within our own community. Does that make sense?
That's good.
Go ahead.
Could you tell me at what time does the fire department start their response time?
Our
data?
The data or when somebody picks up you mean our response time data as far as what's considered in our response time?
Yeah, what's your starting point?
Hello, 911. Hemet Fire, we're on scene.
Okay.
From the time we take the call to the time we arrive.
Folks,
For
again,
instance-
I'll ask to please let the speaker speak.
Oh, excuse me, sir. For instance, we had a structure fire a couple of nights ago, and our first engine was on scene in 4 minutes, 58 seconds.
We're already on another call at 12:30 at night.
Yeah, 4 minutes, 58 seconds. And that structure was a threat to 2 other adjoining houses next to it.
Okay, so it's as soon as you get the call.
As soon as we get the call, as soon as we get on scene.
Okay, could I ask the Chief Hawkins what time the county starts their response time? They track it at?
Go ahead.
We start our time with wheels rolling in the station, but our dispatch CAD clearly shows the time of the first report, which in the way of a medical emergency is clearly when the victim first needs attention, 911, and we get going. And typically, as Mr. Gary clearly stated in his report, what response times are about. 1 minute call taking dispatch, 1 minute and 20 seconds to get out of the station, and the rest 4 minutes to respond for 6 minutes and 20 seconds. That's clearly a good analogy of what the standard should be.
Okay, I have one question yet. If we're paying for 50% of the truck, who's paying the other 50%?
The county.
Okay, so the other cities that are utilizing that truck, they don't pay for it at all?
No, because it's all part of the reciprocal program, the integrated cooperative program. And I'll use a reverse analogy for you. Your whole east side of the city would be protected by stations you wouldn't pay for. And that would be Station 26 on Stanford, south of Florida, Station 72 on Cedar or Fairview, and Station 25 and 78 in San Jacinto. They would provide you reciprocal service in the same way for which you wouldn't pay any cost for.
Okay, let's see. If we contracted with the county, then the battalion would consist of, let me get this right, 25, 78, 26, 71, or 72, 1, 2, 3, 4. So the Valley's battalion, okay, stations. Since the battalion chief in the truck would be shared half the time with the county, wouldn't we be receiving less service than we currently have?
I don't think so, because your truck is cross-staffed right now with an engine company, so when you respond with your truck, that engine's out of service at Station 4. So I think that you would have more. In fact, you would have 17 firefighters on duty in the city of Hemet versus the current 15 that you have today.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a response from our fire? Do you agree with that?
Well, specifically, Bonnie, what are you asking now? Would you repeat that, please?
Well, actually, to tell you the truth, I think it was, they had to answer that because we would be contracting with the county.
Okay.
But talk to me a little bit about our local control.
Well, I wanted to add a little bit about local control. Our consultant mentioned local control, how usually it's not seen or heard of too much, which is quite incorrect, actually. Your local control on a daily basis, as a shift supervisor, I'm consistently monitoring what's going on in the whole valley. And for instance, when the mountain fire, or silver fire broke out, we're already making phone calls to our people off duty saying, hey, county's got a big one, we're going to be sending out equipment. And by our local control, we're constantly monitoring our own resources in our own community. And what we do is we send out resources to assist, but we do so in an incremental manner in which we still have a sufficient coverage of the city. Because you have to, there's one thing a lot of people don't get. They see a large column in the mountains, and there may be 100 residences threatened up there. But if we deplete our resources here in the city, and I have a fire here, I can burn up 100 residences like that. I can wipe out a whole half of a mobile home park. So we have to consistently monitor throughout the day, what we're available to send out. And that is because we have local control. And there are times when we have to decline being able to send resources out because we're handling our own emergencies. Same with Riverside, same with Corona, same with any department. Even CAL FIRE, they may have to, we had a lot of emergencies going on all at once. They did, we did. We had a weather event, and we were handling resources, or handling many incidents simultaneously, and we called for assistance, say, we have an engine we can send you from the Myriad area, do you still want it? Because of distance, we said, no, well, one of our crews will clear another and respond. But the point being is, every day, because you have local control, you're monitoring and you're regulating your resources and where they're going. And your number one priority is your jurisdiction, the people and the assets within your jurisdiction. And same with any agency. One of the issues is CAL FIRE has an immense responsibility, immense. And they have fine people, considering what they're fronted with protecting, they really rise to the occasion. But the fact of the matter is you have daily local control, and we're daily monitoring of system status. The other thing about that local control is when we send resources out, another soft cost that isn't addressed here in the Citygate report, when CAL FIRE is sending out resources up the mountain to deal with the massive fire up there, which they're responsible for, they're backfilling with resources, some of them from within counties, some of them from far without, maybe San Diego area, San Bernardino area, maybe some of our resources. But the point is, their people are coming in that are unfamiliar with the local area. Whereas when we're backfilling with people that work in Hemet day in, day out. So when I get that call down the street, I know that it's 2:30 in the afternoon, I have to avoid Fruitvale because Fruitvale Elementary is getting out, and I'm going to take a little bit longer response route to avoid 750 children running around the street. So I don't have to deal with that. That's a simple analogy, but does that make sense?
Yeah.
So these are the soft costs that aren't outlined in this report. And there's not enough time to go over them all of them tonight. But there's much more to look at than what's being presented here tonight. So you can make a more accurate analysis of what you're gaining or losing.
Thank you.
Is that, any other questions for me personally? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we're going to go ahead and move on to our, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Couple things. First, I would like, Chief Hawkins, could you come up and address this idea of abandoning the fire stations?
We clearly have no intent of abandoning the city of Hemet. In fact, we would establish a minimum number of stations we would always cover, or we would strive to cover, and that would be 3 out of the 4. Hemet is a busy city. Even today, if you were to do a drawdown study, how often are multiple stations committed in the city of Hemet without regard to any of the other surrounding jurisdictions, you'd find they were committed a lot of the time. We would have to commit to covering, trying to cover 3 out of 4 of the Hemet stations.
Okay, that's fine. And then let me ask you really quick while you're up there, because Robert's trying to, for the ladder truck, would Hemet remain the first priority for that ladder truck?
Pardon?
Would Hemet remain the first priority for the ladder truck?
Hemet would be the priority at the moment, and since it's cost shared.
Okay. So when you tell me now, are you reaching with your other ladder trucks? When you set out in San Jacinto, sometimes you bring in from Paris?
Yes.
Are you currently meeting your required times?
We are with our truck response, yes, we are.
Okay, so you're not suffering, you don't need Hemet's truck to meet your times?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Larry, good.
Chief, one question for you. This on? Would 26 and 72 take a lot of pressure off downtown station? I mean,
Yes.
Would you cover,
Yes.
so that station in and of itself would focus on a more centralized area, not have to go all the way to Stanford for 4.5 minutes, whatever it takes to get there, but 26, 72 would cover that area to alleviate some of that.
No question, Councilmember, that the east side of town, which is probably a stretch right now, however you define Measure C, is a stretch right now for response time. Those areas would be covered.
Thank you.
So Chief, a scenario then would be like, let's say, the Park Hill area right now, would have been serviced by Station 5 that's not in operation at the moment. You would send in, so if we had sent in one of the downtown stations and so forth to go out there, you're saying it'd be a bit of a stretch. But again, like in the Park Hill area, where that may be a 4 or 5 minute station response time, you would send in one of the East End stations?
Or more, depending on the type of call. If it's a structure fire, we're going to send more than one unit, more than one station, so that we can descend on that call and make sure we rescue people, get life out, and contain the fire to the room of origin, certainly not beyond the building of origin.
Okay. Any other questions from the council before we moved on to the public comments? many of the parties?
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, we're going to move for public comments. It will go as follow. I will call you in groups of 4. So I'll ask, as I call your names in group of 4, that you please come and stand to the lectern and then stand parallel behind that. You'll have 2 minutes to speak on your item. You'll be warned when there's 30 seconds left. You'll also see your lights on there letting you know that your time has expired. In the event that you've given someone a request to speak, you'll have additional 2 minutes all the way up to 12 minutes if you've had time donated to you. Again, we'll ask you to follow the rules of the decorum, whether you are in favor of the speaker or not in favor of the speaker. You can use hand gestures, you can have signs, things like that you can show support or displeasure with the comments being made at the person with the speaker. Again, I will ask that you do follow the rules of decorum. Any outbursts, any shouting of a person that you do not agree with, I'll ask you to stop, and a second outburst, and we'll take a recess and have you removed. So we're going to go ahead and move on. I'm going to call again in groups of 4. The first one, Bob Jungbluth, Jean Taylor, David Kameta, and Cynthia Katzan. Again, I apologize if I do not get the correct pronunciation of your name. So if those 4...
I'm appalled we're here again meeting at our Hemet Library when it has not been that many months ago. The citizens of this city spoke loud and clear at this very library that the proposed movement of our Hemet Fire Department to Riverside County was something they opposed and would not stand for. In the first place, our Hemet Fire Department employees are not static figures or numbers on a financial spreadsheet in the city files. Our Hemet Fire Department and Hemet Police Department, as well as all Hemet City employees, are our families. Our families! Fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, they are a big part of our greater Hemet family. Do I make myself clear to you folks? These are our family. And we are extremely proud of them. We're not going to allow their lives and their futures to be manipulated by outside money interests or a pill pusher from Temecula. The citizens of our Hemet area have already been down this road not too long ago, and a case in point I'm going to make right now. The Hemet Hospital Board of Directors proposed a bond issue to keep our hospitals open. Thousands of dollars were spent by outside interests with untrue ads to defeat this bond interest. But our physicians stepped up and said, this is our area where we live and our patients and our families and our neighbors and our friends, and we are not going to allow our area hospitals and health care to be provided or controlled by outside interests, period. And our area doctors, with their life savings, purchased the Valley Health System assets, including 2 hospitals in Menifee. These physicians continue to provide our area with quality care, and they have provided our Valley residents for many years, just as our Hemet Fire Department and Police Department has. We must keep our Hemet Fire and Police Department. Some of you must think that the Riverside County Tooth Fairy is going to come and put the money under your pillow tonight to pay for all this, but we're the people, we will say who's going to pay for what.
Thank you. Jean Taylor.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is David Kamita. I'm a resident of Four Seasons of Hemet, and I'm also the president of the Four Seasons Golf Club. And our golf club annually raises funds for local people here who service our community, such as 2 years ago we raised funds at a tournament for the hospice. Last year was for the animal shelter. And this year our intent was to raise funds for the Hemet Fire Department, specifically for Station 3, because they make daily, if not 2 times a day, trips out to Four Seasons. Our intent was to raise these funds to give the firemen there at that station some comfort, maybe some new mattresses or new big screen TV, lounge chairs or whatever. Our tournament this year raised $2,620 so far, and I know in the scheme of things that's not very much money. But when I talked to Steve Sandifer after our tournament, asking him, what would be the best use of it, I told him what we would like to do to give them some comfort and appreciation for everything they've done for us at Four Seasons. His response floored me. He says, "That would be wonderful, but I think we would rather have some equipment. We would like to have a camera that could see into the smoke-filled rooms. We'd like to put that funds towards Jaws of Life, which is much needed out on our, what I call death row over there between
30
Four
seconds.
Seasons." But anyways, we are in support of the Hemet Fire Department, and we'd just like to be able to transfer those funds to them.
Thank you.
If they should stay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gene Taylor.
My name is Cynthia Cudisi. I'm a resident of Sierra Dawn, and I'm new to this community. And I'm probably like most people here, you know, I take things for granted. I take for granted that when I need a policeman, he's going to be there. I take for granted that when I need a fireman, he's going to be there. I respect what these people do. They are not movie stars. They don't make millions of dollars. They're not football players. But they walk into burning buildings for me. They save my property. Policemen value my life. There was a time in this country where you saw a policeman walk a beat. He did it to give you a feeling of safety in your community, but he also did it because he was part of the community. These firemen and these policemen are part of our community. We do not want to go outside of the community. This is a matter that the people should vote on. We should have a right to say who we want to support our community. And I say to the firemen here and to the policemen here, you're heroes. We thank you. You do a thankless job, and you do it on my behalf and the behalf of everybody here. And I say we should vote on this as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next four speakers, Emily Quast McDonough, Flora Johnson, Gary Cook, and James Snodgrass.
Mayor, I'll ask you not to warn me at 30 seconds.
I'm sorry?
I'll ask you not to warn me at 30 seconds.
Okay.
Don't
very
interrupt me. My name is Emily Quast McDonough. Thank you for listening to me and my neighbors tonight. We've been watching this issue and hoping council could clarify some points for us. We've never heard a clear and concise reason for disbanding the Hemet Fire Department. If it's about costs, it seems like a simple choice. We should keep our department. If it's about service, again, we should keep our department. What other issues could there be? On the issue of cost, it was clear when thousands of us heard members of this council express frustration over a $200,000 budget surplus. It seems like an agency that comes in that far under budget should be complimented and not criticized. Of course, the reason the fire department had a $200,000 surplus was because of poor decisions this council has made decapitating our fire department. Which brings me to the second issue, service. During the last 2 years, because of bad directives from council, Hemet Fire Department has been forced to work without a chief or without battalion chiefs or without both. We've had acting chiefs in most of the leadership positions for the last 2 years. How can that be policy setting that is good for public safety services? Since it's not about cost or service, perhaps it's about patronage. My neighbors and I, along with our Hemet firefighters, have routinely criticized the mayor and his council majority for a litany of bad decisions. If this is about disbanding our fire department in order to eliminate political opposition created by your bad decision-making, then council should immediately and carefully reassess your motives. Despite this, our fire department still operates efficiently and effectively. It was the actions of this council that changed our emergency response services for the worst. You've given us a perfect example of government officials intervening where they don't belong. Stop treating our public safety departments like cockroaches to be exterminated. Disbanding our fire department is a bad idea. It'll cost more and it'll compromise the control over emergency services that we cherish in Hemet.
And my time's expired, thank you. Gary, 1 second. I'm going to ask one more time for Flora Johnson. Okay. Gary, and you'll have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. My writing of this was going to be about a 5-page speech, but a lot of the questions I had were answered by the officials that spoke from the Citygate organization, and I appreciate their input. I also appreciate the capabilities of our fire department, our local firefighters, and the activities they've done to cut costs to the city over the last number of years in not requesting raises and by holding fast to their previous salary levels. And I feel very concerned that while this is not just about the firefighters, this is about, I assume this is about saving money because of our budget situation in the city. But I'm also concerned that our firefighters have really sacrificed a lot over the last few years, and we may be potentially tossing them to the wind. And I don't think that's a very fair prospect. Excuse me 1 second. One of the things that really wasn't clearly answered for me was the cost of labor between the two organizations. I know that the two different organizations are basing their labor on different shifts. One, I believe, is a 72-hour shift, and I think that's the county. And I think that having people work a 72-hour shift, I believe that lowers their income annually. So again, that's a concern of mine. This is a concern to me where our elected officials really didn't do much to widen our tax base by growing or enticing new businesses to come to town over the last few years. And I think if we had spent more effort on widening the tax base, we're not the exact individuals who pay taxes today, but new individuals coming to town could help pay taxes, we wouldn't have this problem to begin with. And this has been a big concern of mine for a number of years. The other thing that concerns me is that the sale of the garbage company, the reserves, the money was put into reserves. Typically, that kind of money is used for emergency purposes. If this isn't an emergency, I don't know what is, and I don't know why we're not using reserve monies. I know there was an effort, I recall, to lock up the reserves so future councils couldn't even touch it, but I don't think that's a good practice. No matter which way we go, the taxpayers of Hemet, I believe, will pay their pro rata share of the cost of operations of CAL FIRE for its new Hemet district if it goes to CAL FIRE, and our residents' individual responsibility for these costs, I don't believe will be reduced to the taxpayers in either case. I think we're still going to pay for it. It may reduce the cost to the city, but the taxpayers are still going to foot the bill, whether it goes with the county or stays with the city. And a point of fact is, if the county is, since the county, I believe, is in the red, I think the number was 33 million the last time I looked, there's a good chance that taxpayers will be asked to raise their own taxes to make up this systemic shortfall at some point in the near future. Neither city council nor the county supervisors wish to be the entity that makes that request, but I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. And when the economy rebounds, the price of that pro rata share to Hemet citizens for a more expensive firefighting force will rise to make up the difference in the lower initial costs. If it is truly lower to go with the county, and I refer to hidden costs that other municipalities who've hired CAL FIRE have written about, such as the Coastal Fire Protection District. But if the economy goes sour again, as stated by Citygate in their analysis, the county could provide an inflexible regional service to cost model if one or more cities wants severe cost and service reductions in another recession. No good business plan exists without alternative scenarios. A number of communities that, in the state that the CAL FIRE touts as being happy with their outsourcing have bought their fire departments back. They talked about the cost of the, They talked about the cost of the fire engine at $500,000. They're willing to share costs, but they're also taking a number of other pieces of equipment for their use to beef up their force. When they do take that equipment, they're not proposing to compensate the city. This is a concern of mine. State mutual aid, as I recall hearing about, the city of Hemet assisted the state, or CAL FIRE, 9 times to, I have that backwards. CAL FIRE assisted Hemet 9 times to Hemet's assisting CAL FIRE 29 times. So when we talk about equitable sharing of the equipment and the costs, it's not. And they talk about having giving the citizens the equipment back after a period of time if we decide to buy back our fire department. However, it's not going to come back in the same condition. It's going to be older equipment. And if we were to spend the money to buy back, or to rather buy new equipment, it would probably cost us close to $7 million. So just with that alone, I think that we're not getting a good deal, because we have not had, and I said this a year ago, we have not had an analysis to show what the cost of that is going to be to the city of Hemet. The equipment that's been offered to by the city to CAL FIRE has not been offered at a fair market value. And so the true value has not been counted in this proposed transaction. If it were valued and counted, or for the matter not ignored, this transaction would come, I believe, to a screeching halt, because it's completely lopsided in the other direction. We talked about medical dispatch, emergency medical dispatch. One of the issues I don't think was covered in the analysis by Citygate. I heard the number 87%, but I think a good portion from what I did research a year ago on the 80% is the inordinate number of people calling 911 when they not only don't have a medical emergency, they don't have a particular emergency, they're having a personal problem and they're calling 911. Their father has fallen out of bed, maybe an emergency, but there's other things that are happening that the fire department is responding to that's taking up the time. And I don't think that that is necessarily accounted for in their analysis. In any case, I think it'll probably cost more for either entity to operate the fire department, because it's not operating in the capacity it should be. It's not staffed correctly. It's not performing all the necessary services that a fire department must by need to keep the firefighter safe and the citizens safe. And it's not doing all of the analysis of businesses that are having the need to have their offices and their locations checked for unsafe conditions. The last time I talked to the chief, I think we're doing much fewer than there are the number of businesses that need to be looked at on a regular basis. We're just not up to that level. So, in all, I think that if we ran this city like a private business, we wouldn't be running the fire department this way. And I think we need to be acting in a better, more fiscally sound manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. James Snodgrass, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Jim Snodgrass. I was born in the Hemet Hospital. I was raised in this community, raised my children here. I am local. 33 years in the fire service, all local again here. Started with County Fire as a volunteer, worked with the Division of Forestry back then as a seasonal, and then worked over with the city for my last 29 years. I'd like to share a little bit of history about this. Hemet Fire Department is actually older than the city of Hemet. This community came together over 100 years ago and said they needed a fire department before they said they needed city council. The decision that you're mulling around right now to get rid of that 100-year-plus tradition and get rid of these people that are dedicated to serving this community specifically is irreversible. Anybody that's gone with a county fire contract, there's no coming back. I question why you would even consider this without putting it to a vote to the public. If this is such a good idea, this should go down as a 5-0 vote. At anything less than 5-0, it's not a good idea. Now, as to Measure C. As a battalion chief with Hemet Fire, I worked on Measure C. We worked in the planning phases and the implementation, and I am sorry that the language didn't come out clearer. We argued heatedly about that language. The intent for that language was from time of call till time on scene, because the response time is their perspective, not ours. Now, the study fudges it a little bit, because County Fire, unfortunately, is very large, and their dispatch center, doing a great job for the area they serve, takes more time, so you're going to fall out of Measure C. We tried to mitigate Measure C years ago, and we involved Station 26 in a project where they would service this area that we couldn't meet on Measure C. While 26 was coming into this area, we noticed the dispatch time lag was huge. So we created a contract with county to put pagers in 26 and dispatch them from our dispatch to eliminate that lag time.
James, your time has expired. Thank you.
I'd sure like to tell you more.
Scott Garrett. The time that give that was at the beginning. Scott Garrett, Stan Hildahl, William Wood Sr., and E.A. Stock. Scott Garrett? Okay. E.A. Stock? Thank you, Mr. Stock.
If I understand the history of our country fairly well, people would gather and they'd build some houses, and probably the first thing they would do is get a marshal to be in charge of the legal activities, and then they would have a volunteer fire department made up of men from the community who knew the community and loved the community. Part of a city is having local control. You put your fire department into the county, and as the other gentleman said, you're never going to get it back. Local control is what you want.
Thank you, Mr. Stock. William Wood Sr.
Thank you. I've lived here 36 years. The last 25 years, I've called the fire department 18 times. Response time from the time of the initial call to where they arrived at my house was 3 to 5 minutes. Thank God to them, I'm still around today. I can't say anything nicer about the guys that came. They took excellent care of me. And the same thing for the police department. And why you guys would even consider giving this fire department to the county, you've lost your minds.
Stan?
Stan Hildahl. I recall another outsourcing incident how it turned out. George W. Bush outsourced the capture of bin Laden at Tora Bora. He did it to local chieftains of militias. Many of them were okay with bin Laden and let him go. $3 million later, Obama had captured him. You have engaged consultant after consultant, money no object, and proposal after proposal to get the result that you sought. You will not be able to ask for emergency concessions from the outsourcer like you did with local firefighters. Mostly this is toward the 3 council members who want to outsource the fire department and the police department. Recognize that the majority of the audience here is for this one issue. If you still want to outsource, ask for a show of hands or put it to a vote of your citizens. The future may be different, as you will then actually, we will have to pay whatever is demanded. Internal control costs less.
Thank you. Jeannie Coleman, Bill Tierney, Clifford Farm, and Diane Martinez. Jeannie?
Hello, I'm Jenny Coleman. I was born in this town. My mother was born in this town, and my grandmother was born in this town. My mother passed away yesterday at the age of 85. She had leukemia. I had to make an emergency phone call on Saturday night. She was very sick. I called this fire department here, Hemet Fire Department. This gentleman right over here showed up from the time I called. I hadn't even hung up the phone, and his fire truck and his ambulance was coming down the road. 5 minutes. I love these guys. My mother passed away, but let me tell you, your wife, your husband, your child, if it's anything like that, and your emergency call, time is of the essence. Look at this audience. You've got 85-year-old people here, and young ones too, mostly citizens. My mother was 85, I'm 55, and my grandmother was 89 or 90 when she passed away. We need these guys and gals, and time is of the essence, and it starts when you make that phone call.
Bill Tierney.
I'll tell you, first, I don't live in the city of Hemet. I live in the unincorporated area. And a few years ago, my next-door neighbor had a fire start in his garage. It was on the opposite side of his house from me, so I didn't see it. But it was late at night, and there were 2 young men in the yard on the other side of the house that called 911 immediately when they saw the fire in the garage. After the 911 call, the sheriffs were there immediately, and the fire department the Cal Fire Department came in about 20 minutes later. By that time, the house was engulfed in flame. It was totally destroyed. I'm not faulting these firemen because I know they were doing the best they can, but the Cal Fire has other priorities too. I have a good friend who's a high-ranking officer in Cal Fire, and he spent every day of that mountain fire this past year, he was up there on the hill. He wasn't down here. He also spent several weeks down in San Diego County fighting fires. So he was not available to fight fires here during that time. And these people just have other priorities. And I think it's very important to stay local. And right now, your only local option is to stay with the city of Hemet. You could look at other possibilities down the road, maybe a firefighting district similar to Valleywide Recreation District. And a couple of comments. One, I think these people are your bosses, the voters out here. So to tell them they can't applaud is terrible. And then also, limiting the speech talks here for 2 minutes after you made these people sit through a 2.5-hour presentation is pretty rude, too. So get your act together.
Thank you, Bill. Clifford Farm. Clifford?
I'm Clifford Farm, and I'm here to support our local firefighters. Excuse me, these are people that live and work in our community, and they have a lot invested here with their lives, their families, their homes. These are the people that protect us. You guys are maybe here for a term or two at the most, probably. These guys should live here their whole lives, and we depend on them. We heard a presentation tonight that was full of a lot of unknowns, ambiguous comparisons of costs, and contracting. I have never seen it where it worked out to where it's cheaper, and to give up what we have a known. I just wonder if we spend as much time and effort and money to try to resolve the little problems that we have here, if we could have what we really need, have the level of services that Mr. Gary said that we need. I think we should take a second look at what we can do to keep our own department, keep our own controls, and these gentlemen that sacrificed all of these years of this bad economy to keep them employed. Don't send them out on the street. Thank you.
Thank you, Clifford. And Diane Martinez, you will have 4 minutes.
No. Okay. Back in 2012, Hemet Fire had $8 million earmarked for them. In 2013, it went up to 9. And for 2014, it's going to be 11 million. Why the increase? Hemet Fire hasn't bought any equipment. And if these people are raising money for one of the firehouses and they're asking for equipment, what happened to this money? Why the increase? Was it made, is it to make it look like Hemet Fire is more expensive than CAL FIRE? We need our fire department. These men care about our community. People coming in from outside, they don't care about our community. They don't know any of the residents. We need our men who care about us to take care of us. Thank you.
Next, we have Chuck Stedman, Melissa Diaz-Hernandez, and John Ensing. I'm sorry, followed by Matt Schobert. So Chuck Stedman, Melissa Diaz-Hernandez, John Ensing, and Matt Schobert. Chuck's gone, thank you. Melissa Diaz-Hernandez.
Hi, my name is Melissa Diaz-Hernandez, and I come from a family of fire and law enforcement. So these men here, they are my family. I do understand how essential the relationship between the fire department and the police department really is, especially taking into account the current state of our city. Diminishing that relationship would be the end of this city. And I would be willing to bet that there are thousands of us that would not let 3 of you finish off this city. These men do an amazing job protecting us, and we will fight for them by whatever means necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. John Ensing, followed by Matt Schobert.
My name is John Ensing. I'm a 12-year resident of Hemet, and I would like to say I support the Hemet Fire Department, but from a perspective that I have a son-in-law who's a fire chief in Traverse City, Michigan, and give you a little, I did a little analysis of these numbers, And I can't believe that the Hemet Fire Department is running 25 to 30 medical calls every day that they need the support. I want to see the Hemet Fire Department get this EMS and paramedic department up and running as fast as possible with every reserve dollar we got, because we need it. And I appreciate your consultant has done on the analysis, but the number of calls that they're running in relationship to other fire departments is, I think it's at least 2 to 3 times higher than what they are. The response time is very critical in terms of the metrics. I understand from the time the 911 call is made, the metrics in the fire department, they may or may not have the administrative staff, but I would like to see a report in terms of the Pareto analysis of all the medical calls, because this is going to be, if it's 85% of the calls are made, this is going to be critical to every citizen, that response time. And that's very critical to the city. And I want to see that they get the funding to get this EMS and the paramedic program up and running as quick as possible. So this data also ought to come from AMR. If you're going to contract your paramedic services with AMR, then to get the same data measured the same way from AMR. And if we have existing paramedics, let's get those guys certified and on the road so they can respond. If I need it, I want them now at my house. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Schobert.
Good evening, Mayor, council, staff, visitors, and friends. My name is Matt Schobert, and I was your fire chief for 3 years in 2008 through 2011. My background includes 29 years of fire service experience with 4 departments across 2 states. I have a bachelor's degree in business management, a master's degree in organizational management, executive fire officer certification from the National Fire Academy, and have 4 times received the Chief Fire Officer designation by the Commission on Public Safety Excellence, one of only about 200 fire chiefs worldwide to achieve this level of accreditation. I began my tenure with the Hemet Fire Department about 2 weeks before the economy collapsed, and we spent the next 3 years working with the excellent firefighters in the Hemet Fire Department, the city, and this community, working within our abysmal budget situation, trying to provide the best possible service we could for this community. We took concessions, we made cuts, we reduced staff, all with the goal of maintaining the best services possible. Sure, these cuts created some shortcomings, but 4 months after walking in the door, my orders were to cut $3 million from this department. That's what we did, and we tried to do it maintaining a high level of service. I think it's a little disingenuous to now use these cuts and reductions as reasons to consider contracting fire service. The Hemet Fire Department
Matt, 30 seconds.
How many?
30 seconds.
As far as your major C response time, all you have to do is define it. 911 to setting the park at brake on the scene. Also consumables. Consider that when you're comparing the budgets, apples and apples. Fuel has not been accounted for in the CAL FIRE proposal, and it's at least $100,000 a year that will be added into the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Bob Rigetti. Bob will have 8 minutes, followed by John Mack and Lori Van Arsdale, which will also have 10 minutes.
Honorable Council, thank you very much for the evening that you put together here. I think one of the things that everyone's been looking forward to is to get an honest assessment overall of the status of fire service and public safety here in the Valley. And I think this is something that everyone wants to have a true and faithful and honest answer about. I think that one of the things, because of the emotional status of the kind of subject that we're dealing with here, is that a lot of times people say things that they may regret later. Some of the things that I have seen printed in our newspaper, the Valley Chronicle here locally, some of the things that I have seen written in letters, blogs, Facebook, I think is not befitting this community. Some of the things that I have seen, for example, have really betrayed the real honesty and the integrity that I think every firefighter approaches his profession. My own son served for a number of years with the U.S. Forest Service as a smoke jumper. And when he went to New York during the time, and New Jersey and several other places, when they were having their serious fires out there, he did not hold back from risking his life to try and save whatever residence or whatever facility or structure or tree or whatever that needed to be served. He went at it with the same kind of enthusiasm and dedication that I know the city of Hemet Fire Department does, as well as CAL FIRE, as well as the Forest Service, as well as every other fire department across this country. I work in a lot of cities around Southern California. Some of them are served by CAL FIRE, some of them are served by private by the city fire departments. But all of them are dedicated to that service. And yet we have a group of people here in this valley who continually make innuendos and assertions about some of the dedicated fire service that we get from, that we might get from CAL FIRE. One of those was an ad that was run by the Public Safety Coalition in the Valley Chronicle saying that the Hemet residents would not be CAL FIRE's highest priority. Well, I don't think that's true. I think every one of those firemen would be dedicated to this valley, whatever that decision may be. And I think that this council was charged during the election last year to try and consider this information and to bring this information forward, and that's what you've been trying to do. It's interesting that the Public Safety Coalition put out a flyer signed by a housewife, a florist, and an elderly resident, a real estate agent, a dentist, and a copier. And that was supposed to be a authentic and effective analysis of the service that was going to be provided by CAL FIRE. I think that what was provided tonight by Citygate, and I've seen quite a number of their reports over the years, because they have done reports for fire companies and cities and et cetera, counties and so on all across the state. I have read them and they do a very thorough job, and I think that they have done so with this report. One of the things that I have been deeply troubled about is the fact that our prior city manager, prior to Mr. Bradley, had a report that addressed some of these very same issues. That report was the Andrew Hall report. That report was never really presented before the City Council to provide some of the information that was contained in that report. My understanding is, in talking to city staff as well as getting a copy of that report, and which was reported on by our local press enterprise only in part, but didn't give all of the details that was contained in that report. That report basically said some of the things that this Citygate report commented on. One of the things that was stated in here is, and I'll quote, this is from the report, "The Hemet Firefighters Association has resisted EMD aggressively, despite acknowledging it is the key to deployment reform and provides a higher level of service to the community. Stunningly, on 2/21/2011, Association President Steve Sandifer expressed concern over the use of EMD because decreased workload could lead to reductions in staffing. Indeed, he stated some members of the association believe they members should be rolling to every type of call with as much fanfare as possible to prove their worth and necessity. At the Board of Supervisors meeting where AMR contract was considered, Councilmember Smith and Chief Morris spoke in favor of a 5-year contract, citing the pending AMR EMD deal. Hemet Firefighters Association President Steve Sandifer spoke against a 5-year deal and argued in favor of a 3-year deal, knowing it would undermine the effort to obtain free EMD. That's out of the Andy Hall report. In addition, the report went on to say, unfortunately, an effort to reform the current vacation scheduling policy has been challenged by the Firefighters Association and not put into effect, resulting in undetermined cost. As you will recall, the policy established under the former fire chief allowed firefighters to place themselves on vacation at almost any time and without supervisory approval. Chief Morris attempted to put a reasonable policy into place requiring supervisory approval and limiting the number of firefighters who could be off at one time. The Firefighters Association has challenged this new policy as an unfair labor practice. Accordingly, the policy was suspended pending negotiations between attorneys for the city and the association. To date, the vacation policy issue remains unresolved. That's in a report that did not come before this council, wasn't considered by Citygate, but it's in your files. I'd like to know why that wasn't brought out. In addition, our friends from the Public Safety Coalition have also made interesting statements about how they view their own fire chiefs. In one of the letters in the Valley Chronicle, here's one of the statements that was made in that letter. The captain filling in as a fire chief terminated the fire chief's efforts to obtain additional federal funding needed to staff Station 5 for 2 years. This underscores the captain's lack of qualifications to be a fire chief by taking action not to adequately protect Eastern Hemet. He then complains it has been 9 months and nothing has been done. As a result, Hemet Fire is losing staff, and the captain, acting fire chief, apparently continues to struggle to meet the demands of a job he is apparently not qualified to hold. And yet this is the same Public Safety Coalition waving their signs here. The peer review by Citygate is redundant, as the city manager allegedly did that analysis before he first made recommendations to the city council. This is a last-ditch effort. A lot of these innuendos are not backed up by fact. They're simply aspersions, but I appreciate tonight that the fact that you brought in a lot of experts and people to give some truthful answers
30 seconds,
to back this information up, to give you a good way to make a decision. So please honor the votes that were made to put you into office.
Give him his time, folks. One more outburst and we will recess. Give him his time.
And make sure that the citizens of this community are served. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Mack. John will have 2 minutes.
My name is John Mack. My family and I have lived here in Hemet for 24 years. This subject concerning the fire department has many ramifications, issues, but the council has brought up, I believe, 2 main ones, and that is the cost and the service. And it should be obvious, it's obvious to me and many others, and should be obvious to you, that it's going to cost far more to have CAL FIRE than it would be to have our own fire department service. Be assured that CAL FIRE has a lot of costs, as do our fire department, and they are going to pass off all their expenses to the city of Hemet. So I don't believe that we're going to save any money. I think we're going to be money behind. And the other issue, service, as has been expressed already, I don't believe that CAL FIRE can give any better service than what we already have with our own Hemet Fire Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mack. Lori Van Arsdale, and Lori, you'll have 10 minutes.
Please, point of order.
Sir, Mr. Jungwirth, please have a seat. No, Mr. Have a seat, Mr. Jungwirth.
May I have a point of order?
No, Mr. Jungwirth, please have a seat.
Mayor and council members, my name is Lori Van Arsdale. I've been a resident of Hemet for 41 years. I was on the city council for 16. So I want to say I think that it's important today, and I wanted to bring up the fact that we can say 105 years, and thank you, Jimmy Snodgrass, for bringing up the history, because that is something that I want to have people see visually. You can say 105 years, but really and truly, what does that mean? It's an incredible history in this valley that this fire department has. And like Jim Snodgrass said, it was here before the city council. And I want to also point out that it provided service for the county areas for 25 years after it was formed, until 1933 when the when the CAL FIRE was formed and they started taking on the service. So please, please, please consider the fact that between 1933 and today, there were 80 years of potential service that other councils could have contracted with the county, and they didn't. And it's not because the unions had sway over the councils all the time. In fact, I say if you run for a city that is a full-service city, you need to be willing to deal with what it takes to run that city, and that's what this city is. So keep in mind that there were other councils that had that consideration. There was oftentimes questions came up to us at the city council as to why should we keep our fire department or our police department. And it wasn't just to be friendly with our labor negotiations. It was because we did the hard work and we took a look at what that meant. So I can say to you that I honestly, truly believe, studying Citygate's report, and by the way, the foundational premise that they have in the front page of that Citygate report talks about the issues regarding your choices, and some cities may want to have better service, but it's not always possible. I say to you, this community voted for Measure C, and no matter how you think it's written or if it's got some fatal flaws, that's not the case that we were told for 16 years. In fact, Eric Vail and Julie Burke reminded us of that when we had to do a moratorium on the east side of town because we were not meeting those standards, on the west side of town, excuse me. So I would say very emphatically that Measure C does count, Measure EE does count, and I would be extremely concerned about the backfill issues that they're talking about when they have a big fire. I would also like to say that the long-standing history of these guys in these pictures, the first chief in Hemet, he was there for 32 years. The long-standing history of community support is more valuable than what you'll ever save with CAL FIRE. I think that having our own makes that much of a difference to our community. And I would also like to say that one thing that has been left out in reports and in major discussions and major consideration, you keep saying, well, if it's cheaper and we get the same service, well, we should go with it. What are these people saying out here to you? I have never, in those 16 years, seen these kind of crowds and had them so upset about those kind of issues than I've seen in this last year. That is extremely important. I would say to you too, that to me, once you deal with the fire department, I don't care what it looks like. We know you're going to go after our police department, and we won't have either one. So leave our fire department alone. I think you can do it with a responsible decision, because I truly believe that these numbers have been skewed. When you let a county come back in 3 times after they've made a formal bid, that's despicable to me. I think that what is really, really important is that you know that you can do this and you can make this department work well. And we as citizens are so tired of being at the edge of the verge of losing both the departments. We want to get on with taking care of the city, so please consider that. I have 5 minutes left. Could I give those to Chief Schobert?
You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and Ms. Van Arsdale. To continue the previous discussion, your Hemet firefighters are some of the busiest firefighters in the nation, responding to over 13,000 requests for service from 4 fire stations. Your firefighters work hard, and my experience is they're very underappreciated. And with all due respect to the state and county fire agencies, disbanding the Hemet Fire Department unnecessarily gives up the local control that has helped sustain the Hemet Fire Department for the past 6 years. I mean, where would we have been 6 years ago, five and a half years ago, if we didn't have the ability to make some quick and drastic cuts in order to help achieve some budget stability? Earlier, I started talking about the 2 comparisons of the 2 bids. And the CAL FIRE bid, to my knowledge, does not include consumables or fuel for the vehicles. And a department the size of Hemet probably spends upwards of $80,000 to $110,000 a year in diesel fuel. So that's a negotiated item, but either Hemet is going to have to pay for it, or CAL FIRE will have to pay for it, and it'll be added at some point to their proposal. So just at first glance, there's roughly $100,000 that in 3 years, your $300,000 savings is now down to $2,000, and that's only one item of a long list of negotiables. The Measure C response time, again, I would have to defer to your attorney, but I think all the council would need to do is pass a resolution defining what you want the response time to be. And my professional opinion, and I'm sure others would agree, should be from when someone calls 911 to at least when the parking brake is set on the fire truck when they arrive at the scene of the emergency. And that gives you, again, the apples to apples comparison that you're pursuing. Additionally, a lot of discussion on pension costs, and I agree, it's a large issue. But is the thought that by contracting your fire service, those pension costs magically go away and the state absorbs that cost? You're still going to pay for them. It's, the same pension, whether they're Hemet firefighters or CAL FIRE firefighters, and the state's not going to absorb those costs. Finally, another point, the radio frequencies, they're difficult to come by, and if they are given up once you contract and you cannot get those back, and you decide at some point downstream to operate your own fire department, you need those valuable radio frequencies in order to do such. So consider that as well. And that's all I have. I thank you, Lori, for giving me your time and counsel. Thank you.
Joy Ward. Joy will have 8 minutes, followed by Daryl Woods and Gene Heichel. 2 and then 6. Joy?
Who's on first?
You on first.
Oh, I just wanted to greet you. Good evening, Mayor Youssef, Mayor Pro Tem Smith, and the fellow council members. Don't start that yet. And the rest of you. Okay, I want to know why your constituents want to know who is responsible for the press enterprise articles on November 1st and November 14th. The articles are full of half-truths, and yes, no truths, innuendos, misleading, and slanted rhetoric. I've said that. So let's start with why a paramedic program for our firefighters. AMR handles all those services beautifully and have for years. I've been from San Diego, live in Hemet for 25 years, and they have served me well. AMR is always just seconds behind the fire truck on emergency calls. Most Hemet firefighters are paramedics certified, but don't work as paramedics. So city council members, you know who you are. Why are you telling the people who put you in office that our firefighters would let you die rather than violate an ordinance than to administer help to you? If AMR doesn't show up? Where is the research that shows an above-average number of deaths on 911 calls when AMR doesn't show up? The big difference in price hangs on having paramedics on fire trucks. And unless we have them on fire trucks, we will be delivering the sick people to the morgue and not to hospitals. Is there room for all of this life-saving equipment in our trucks that AMR carries in their vans? Is a working paramedic to somebody who can administer CPR? Now, I don't know where all this equipment that I see in the AMR, where is it in the fire truck? I haven't seen it. They're all full of men and their equipment to fight to fight the fire. It's a well-known fact that private companies can do a better job than a city government, state government, and how can we eliminate the federal government? Post office, trains, Federal Reserve, national, oh, I don't want to go there. City of Hemet, save yourselves and your strapped bank account. Do not take on the obligation when AMR has served the people of Hemet in an excellent manner for so many years. The city's costly consultants recommends the city of Hemet turn over all fighting fire equipment, fire apparatus, and specialty tools to the county and the full use of our stations. However, the stations remain the property of Hemet, who will have to maintain the upkeep, paint them, clean them, pay the taxes. All that will be yours to pay. Wait just a minute. Doesn't that equipment belong to the citizenry of Hemet? It was our tax dollars. Thank you, Linda. It was our tax dollars that paid for the equipment in the first place. Better ask us first. We are the people of Hemet who voted you in office. Response time. Hemet's time is 80% of the calls in 5 minutes. And yes, you do get there before 5 minutes. CAL FIRE is called to fight a wildfire or called to another area. Personnel from other county stations would be shifted to Hemet within 30 minutes. If my call is within that time period, my house is already gone because I live in a manufactured home and has started on my neighbors. But what can I expect? CAL FIRE has stewardship of over 31 million acres of California wildlands and emergency services in 36 of 58 counties. It's no wonder they want our equipment and money. You get the bill, no question. It's twice as much as you expected, but the city will have to pay and pay and pay. Who's telling the truth and nothing but the truth? Now, I'm going to tell you, this is my opinion and my opinion only. However, I've gotten a lot of agreement on this. Is there collusion between Mr. Bradley and 3 council members, and yes, Jeff Stone? If he's here, I'm sorry, but he might be laying the groundwork for stepping up the ladder. It was 3 council members who voted to keep Mr. Bradley on through November, ostensibly to help Mr. Hill, our new city manager. Oh, don't look so grim. Our new city manager learn the ropes, as if Mr. Hill, who is not a novice, wouldn't get help from all the departments he would be working with. Mr. Hill is from San Diego. Me too. That's not a small town. Let me remind you, our city council, you are there because the citizens of a Hemet elected you. You work for us. It's not the other way around. Our votes put you there, and our votes can remove you. Now, this is not a threat. This is just a fact. In conclusion, oh, thank heavens, CAL FIRE is a good company, but not good or right solution for Hemet. They put out fires. Of course, it's their job. Hemet firefighters have been putting out fires with heart and love for your home, my home, and their home. Quit laughing, Linda. And theirs for over 100 years. Now, none of these men are 100 years old, but Hemet doesn't need to change. The costs are about the same. Hemet has the answer with AMR for working paramedics and nurses. The choice, gosh, guys, it's so obvious. Go with Hemet.
Daryl Woods.
I'm not sure that I can top anything like that. I was sitting back there listening, and I'm like,
I don't think there's much I can say other than what she said it. But I've been a citizen here in the city of Hemet for a lot of years, probably 15 years, raised a lot of my children here. And I know a lot of these Hemet City firemen, and I'm a fireman myself in a different county. CAL FIRE is not a bad department. They do a job. Their job has been, for many, many years, Wildland Fire Service. CDF is how they started, and that's what they still are. Their devotion is to wildland. They've morphed into taking over cities and taking over counties as requested. The city of Hemet has had their fire department for over 100 years. The people of city of Hemet want their fire department to stay. Now, if it was a lot of money, I'd say sure. Or if they were offering something better, I would say sure. But they're not offering anything better. And $300,000 savings is not worth it, considering that you, the city council, sold off the trash service for several $1 million and continue to make money on that. So we don't have a budget issue anymore. You may say we do, but we truly don't. So that's something to consider. Also, we want our fire department here, and there is the money for them. Now, the paramedic service, you hired these paramedics, 10 years ago, and never allowed them to work as paramedics. And they still could have been working as paramedics, but you, the city council, have squashed time and time again the ability for them to function by slashing the budget.
30 seconds, Darrell.
It's time to end that. We need to support our fire department, give them the money that they need to function properly, and continue to go with the fire department and seek out other revenue sources for this city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gene Heichel, and Gene will have 6 minutes.
How many minutes?
6.
Mayor Youssef, Pro Tem Mayor Smith, and council members Wright, Krupa, and Milne. My name is Gene Heichel, and I'm the president of the Democrats of Hemet San Jacinto. It's a club here that supports Democrats. And I know we're not the most popular club in the world, but we do support Hemet Fire. And we support it very strongly for many reasons. And some of the reasons have been enunciated here. And when I first came in, I was really impressed with the Citygate report. The Citygate report cleared up something that was very important for me. And that's that emergency, the EMDs, Emergency Medical Dispatch. This is a group of people that take the 911 calls and then determine what the issue is and try to get the proper agency to respond to it. As I understand, the way it would work in Hemet is that they would listen to the 911 caller and then try to help them do some things to keep the person who is injured stable. They would not send any other type of equipment except a fire engine. If we didn't have that service here, the fire engine would still respond within 3 to 5 minutes and would quickly provide the services that the caller could have provided. Truthfully, a few people may have survived if they had it earlier, or a few people may have died because the person did it and did it improperly. But the fact is that $700,000 price tag for an EMD is probably not necessary, and Citygate mentioned that for a city that's our size. That kind of expense is usually spread out for large cities, large counties, and so on and so forth. Another thing is the cost. $300,000 more to keep Hemet Fire? First of all, we budgeted $9 million this year. Citygate is talking about $11 and $12 million. So in reality, we're going to have difficulty paying for those services right away and up front. I don't see that we're getting any more from the county except for the EMDs for $300,000, which really won't be that helpful to us when it's all said and done. We would get paramedics on our trucks, and they would be able to do paramedic procedures, and we would pay $300,000 more. The point that I'm going to make is the cost is not that big of a factor. But where the community is at, the kinds of service we're going to get is a factor. You have a community that's up in arms. You might say, oh, this is only a couple hundred people. I had 5,000 people. Vote for me. Bring out 5,000 people. Bring out a couple hundred of those people, and you'll find it's very difficult. And this has brought out, this is the biggest organization I've seen since Four Seasons came out on a development project. I was actually going to say several other things, like service is not just the number of personnel and the types and the amounts of equipment. It's also the training of the personnel. It's the working conditions of the personnel. That issue has not been looked at. As I understand it, CAL FIRE has a 72-hour shift versus Hemet's 56 shift. My thinking is that 56-hour shift is pretty long. And if you have a 72-hour shift with 10 to 12 calls a day, you're not getting much rest. And by the time the 60th hour or 65th hour comes, you're not in that great a shape to deal with an emergency and make some quick thinking. We have a lot of people that need to have assistance. Also, that $300,000 is only 1%, less than 1% of the total city budget. I think you can find that without much difficulty. And now I'd like to read. We are not so sure about the actual quality of service. We lose control of the cost of service with CAL FIRE. Outsourcing fire service to the county does not seem to be such a great idea for the future. It may appear to be a good idea now, but we do not really know if the county is just giving us a teaser rate or not. This reminds me of an old saying, we're being penny wise, but pound foolish. And I think we will pay the price down the line. We cannot replace Hemet Fire. Citygate made that clear. Very few fire departments come back after they're absorbed by a larger fire department. I reiterate that we will not be able to dictate the cost of services in the future, and we will have to pay or go without those needed services. Citygate pointed that out very clearly also when they pointed out when the economy tanked, they couldn't tweak it. This is not the time to make this decision. We are pulling out of an economic downturn. Property values are increasing, so revenues in the city will increase. I ask you to vote to keep the Hemet Fire Department. If you vote for CAL FIRE, we will never be able to go back. We can always choose CAL FIRE at some other time.
Thank you. Russ Brown, followed by Steve Sandifer, followed by Jeff Kaufman, and each will have 12 minutes.
I'm sorry, how much time?
12 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor and council members, the city manager, I want to speak about the fire service issues under consideration, but I would like to emphasize that I hold all public safety service providers in the highest esteem. I do not mean to disparage the integrity or professionalism of CAL FIRE employees. I have the utmost respect for anyone who swears an oath to provide public safety services. No matter what patch is on their sleeves, I wholeheartedly respect them for their commitment, professionalism, and bravery. As a retired police officer, I have a keen perspective of the issues you're wrestling with. Through my 31 years in law enforcement, I have considerable firsthand experience working joint operations with fire personnel on both small and large-scale incidents. Although I've only lived in Hemet little less than 8 years, I followed closely the many changes and downsizing of the police and fire departments as the city struggles with budget problems. As a resident of the extreme west end of Claremont, I was delighted when the city found a way to extend Devonshire over to Warren. This shaved precious minutes off the response time from Fire Station 3 to our neighborhood. This is a classic example of identifying a need and then finding a creative way to satisfactorily address it. This is the kind of creativity that we desperately need to address our fire service needs. Our local firefighters have made and continue to make many sacrifices as they strive to serve. We all know that Hemet has suffered financially in many ways as a result of recessionary times. But things will not always be this way. Eventually, the economy will rebound, and we're already seeing some positive signs of that now. Yes, Hemet is struggling to provide the best services possible in the most cost-effective way. That's what we expect. But all government agencies are doing likewise. Riverside County and the state of California are struggling to resolve budget shortfalls just like Hemet. This is one reason that in the 2009 Riverside Strategic Planning Report, it states, and if I may quote, maintaining and strengthening the RFCD's relationship with its cooperative partners is a core business need. Revenue from the cooperative partner agencies represents 36% of the total revenue for the department, making it the largest single source of department revenue, unquote. Bottom line, this means that they substantially benefit from the revenue derived from contracting fire services to cities. It's critically important to them. I'm sure we've all read articles recently about Riverside County fiscal shortages. Just last Tuesday, Press Enterprise front page headlines read, "Sheriff facing budget deficit of $39 million." Admittedly, this is a story about the Sheriff's Department, but I doubt that the Fire Department fiscal picture is any rosier. We've seen stories about how the cities of Moreno Valley and San Jacinto were facing difficult decisions in their proposed contract increases. Essentially, they were having to choose between reductions in service or increased contract costs. Sound familiar? This is precisely what Hemet has been grappling with in recent years. Hard choices were made that resulted in closing a fire station, reducing staff, and the sharing of administrative duties. So regardless of it being a city, county, or state issue, tough economic times have taken their toll. I must ask this basic question. Is it a fiscally prudent decision to disband a 108-year-old fire department, risk laying off over a dozen firefighters, and turn over millions of dollars worth of vehicles and equipment just to establish a contract that may only provide a few short years of fiscal relief? What assurance would we have that the Riverside County and CAL FIRE's financial deficiencies would not adversely affect their ability to service Hemet in the future? We too could be in the news, facing a decision to pay either more for CAL FIRE contract or consider reduction in service levels. I'd like to talk a little bit about the 911 call handling. I started as a dispatcher in the police department, and I was around when 911 was implemented. And the Public Safety Answering Point, acronym PSAP, was established as the law enforcement agency having jurisdiction over the location where the call originates. That means that a 911 call inside the Hemet city limits is answered by a Hemet dispatcher. If we contract with CAL FIRE, that call is then handed off to a CAL FIRE dispatch center. That adds more call handling time on the front end of the call. We've heard many times, and I wholeheartedly agree, response time, looking at it solely from a consumer standpoint, begins when I make that 911 call and they answer it. And it ends when that first resource is on scene. All the other stuff can be factored a lot of different ways and titled differently, but for the consumer, that's the response time. So when you add in another component by handing off a 911 call from the PSAP to another answering point and another dispatcher, in many cases asking similar questions, that's going to add time to the total response time. It's unavoidable. I saw that happen in the jurisdiction that I work for. They gave up a city fire department and became part of the Consolidated Fire Protection District of LA County. We picked up a lot of resources in first alarm brush response, for example. No way the city could equate to that in first response. But we don't have those kinds of responses on a daily basis. But we do have 911 calls on a daily basis. What we gave up was some response time, just in the call handling time, because our dispatcher would answer that call, and once they determined it was a fire or medical emergency, they handed it off to a dispatch center several cities away. People who did not know the city, did not know the jurisdictional issues. So that's important for us to consider when we're looking at this response time question. Notwithstanding the very important value of local control, you simply cannot reasonably expect to receive the same dedication and levels of service provided by contract workers compared to that of your own employees. When you compare only the costs of contracting versus maintaining your own department, it's all too easy to simply look at the price tags. But you must also consider the many abstract benefits and levels of service derived from your own department. Many of your current staff have grown up in this community and or live in the city. As such, they're personal stakeholders in the levels of services they provide to the city. Additionally, the local knowledge that they bring to the job from having grown up here is immeasurable. I can speak firsthand about the many benefits afforded residents and businesses by having public safety employees working in your own department. I was a commuter police officer for several years, working in a city other than where I lived. I would drive to work and I'd put in my time and I was dedicated, but I'd go home. Later, I transferred to the city where I lived, where I remained for the remainder of my career and retired. In all sincerity, the commitment I felt to my duties was noticeably stronger in my hometown than I ever felt in the other city. I still considered myself a professional, dedicated, put my life on the line on any call for service, but the feeling was different because I had a connection to my own community. No matter how dedicated a contracted employee might be, there's simply no comparison to the dedication of an employee who has a vested interest in his own town. It's only human nature. I've read the operational and cost review report submitted by Citygate. I appreciate the oral report and PowerPoint. I thought it was a very thorough report. And it did have a lot of answers, but it raised some other questions. I believe that they've made a good effort to identify important issues, and they've identified many deficiencies of our current fire service operations. Most of these are directly related to revenue shortfalls. I don't think the Hemet Fire Department personnel would disagree that the current status quo is not ideal. But this is a result of recessionary times and compromises made in an effort to provide essential services. The report also identifies some other important issues that were touched on earlier. The Citygate report states, and I quote, "If the city can only afford a cost and service level less than that proposed by the county in its option number 1, then continuing a city-operated fire department is the only affordable option available to the city that provides at least minimal ladder truck availability." But I looked at that chart and I saw that certainly level D is where we should be, and I think we can be. We can afford to spend more, and if we can, let's spend it prudently to improve our own fire department. Let's get creative. For example, the report identifies that CAL FIRE is in need of more strategically located ladder truck company. Now, I've heard all of the benefits of what a ladder truck can do and why it's there. I've seen it in action. But I think that there's an underlying and hidden, and this is my intuitive feeling, that what they're really looking for is a ladder truck more contiguous to some areas that are farther away from Menifee. So, here's an alternative. Maybe we should keep our fire department and consider contracting out the ladder truck to CAL FIRE. We don't have to do everything at once. You don't have to eat the elephant all in one bite. You can do it one bite at a time by prioritizing these and implementing improvements as funds are available. Understandably, it's very tempting to look at perceived savings by contracting. And in some cases that may be true, but I don't believe it's true when you're talking about public safety. If you decide to contract for CAL FIRE and disband the Hemet Fire Department, you're locking our city into a one-way road. Once you lose your fire department, you'll never get it back. We need to make a considerable improvements to our fire department. The report shows that, and it's done a good job identifying it. But don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Let's put forth the effort and save what we have and make it better. Essentially, you can have a comparable level of service to option one for the average cost of a Hemet home. And while $300,000 is a lot of money to me, in the big picture here, it's a drop in the bucket. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Steve Sandifer, followed by Jeff Kaufman.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, city leaders, and citizens of Hemet. My name is Steve Sandifer, and I'm president of the Hemet Firefighters. The Hemet Firefighters would like to start by offering our condolences to the City of Livermore Vice Mayor Stuart Gary on the loss of one of his firefighters. Mr. Gary is here tonight as a City Gate Consulting representative. Captain Paul Chenkovich of the Livermore Pleasanton Fire Department died on November 5th of brain cancer. He was 48 years old. He has an 8-year-old daughter, 15-year-old son, and a wife named Wendy. His funeral is this Friday, and we're very sorry about your loss. Hemet Firefighters would like to thank Mr. Fred Hessen from the Del Webb community for a very generous donation of $5,000 to the Hemet Firefighters. We would also like to thank the Four Seasons Men's Golf Club for their very generous donation of $2,620 to the Hemet Firefighters, and all the other citizens that have donated to the Hemet Firefighters. Now let's talk about why the Hemet Fire Department is the best. It's really actually quite simple. The Hemet Firefighters are the best. The Hemet Fire Department is the best because it's the one we work for. Just like the college you went to is the best and the church that you go to is the best. Feeling that way about where you work, learn, and pray is called pride. I've given you some packets to look at. I'd like for you to turn to the pages that have the California Association of Professional Firefighters and the other page that has the NPFBA. On the CAPF form, you'll notice that the executive secretary is me. On the NPFBA, which is the National Police Officers and Firefighters Benefits Association, you'll notice that one of the trustees is me. I'm responsible for overseeing more than $55 million worth of funds. Those are the funds that took care of Captain Paul Chenkovich, for 3 years while he suffered with brain cancer. I take that job very seriously, and my point on making that is that you're not the only ones that look at big numbers and are responsible for large amounts of money. Let's move on to the other pages that are in your pamphlet. If you'll turn to page S15, you'll notice that the official amount of positions that were funded for the Hemet Fire Department are 51. One of them was fire prevention. That's a completely different category than the other 50 of us. On page S4, you'll note that the adopted budget for the fiscal year of 13-14 was $11,261,000. That also includes the fire prevention officer. If you'll turn to the 2 pages that say expenditure status report. And I guess I should probably preface all this with, I have a feeling that the city manager and the city council is going to claim that we're over budget. I heard that from our fire chief, and when I heard that, I couldn't believe it. So this is where I spent a lot of my time trying to figure out how that could possibly be. So, with that in mind, the firefighters, I took a look at this expenditure report. It came from Rita Conrad, your finance director. And I just want to look at 3 different lines to make a point. On the very first line of 1100, you'll see salaries and wages. You've allotted $3,722,200 for that. Well, that's for the firefighters minus the prevention officer. So for 50 of us, that's the full amount of money that we're supposed to use for salaries and wages for the entire year. Since we were talking about a quarter, if you divide that by 4, it would be $930,000 is what we should have spent. We've spent $889, but that's still too high. We only have 45 firefighters. There's 5 spots that are empty that we were constantly filling with overtime because we're having a hard time filling those spots because, like the police department, our firemen are leaving. The last one went to Marietta, the one before that to Colton. We've lost them to Orange County. We've got several interviewing with the city of Corona right now. That number should have been somewhere around $805,000. It could be a little bit on the high side because we were paying for 2 chiefs for a little while. I get that. It's cost of doing business. Please move down to line 1300. It's salaries and overtime. $611,000 has been allotted. We've spent $405,000. Yes, we're on track to really go past that, but only if you don't factor in what's recoverable. There's no credits being given. If you turn to one of your other pages, you'll see that I had Captain Darkins run a credit or a recoverable hours report. In between strike teams and hazmat, grant, overtime, and workers' comp, all hours that are going to be recovered, that we've always recovered in the past, you've got 3,235 hours. I multiplied that times $40, which would be the average overtime pay for the per hour, and that's $129,000 credit. If we were to get our proper credit back on the salaries, which I don't understand, I'm needing to look into further because, like I said, it should have been closer to $805,000, not $889,000. You take the differences between those two and subtract it from your overtime, then you're right on track. The last line item that I wanted to point out was the 2705, the EMD paramedic program. You have put aside an appropriated $900,000 for the firefighters. $33,000 is missing from that, but we don't have an EMD program and we haven't implemented a paramedic program. So I'm not quite sure about where that money went. I have a feeling that it was money taken from there to pay for Citygate. But fact of the matter is, we're probably not going to be doing anything real soon with regards to those programs while we work all this out. And like Mr. Russ Brown before me said, you don't have to do it all right away. You can implement this however you like and as fast as you like. So that savings that you're talking about is only if you implement the Plan D program in the blink of an eye. So if you move to the bottom where it says grand total, I've recalculated out what the total is by just getting the credit from the $129,000, which will be coming from the state. They pay, they're a little slow, but they pay. You could see that our real total was $2,500,000. If you multiply that times 4, it's $10 million. Our budget's $1.1 million for just the firefighters, and then, like I said before, $1,261,000 for including the prevention. So we're on track to spend $10 million, which would be a $1 million savings, which makes sense because the $900,000 that you have set aside that we haven't used yet should still be there. It's the same as if I set up $50,000 aside to buy a car next year and I never bought one, I'd expect it to still be there. So you should too. Lastly, I'd like to say that the CAL FIRE team, who's here tonight, and many of which I consider to be friends of mine. Because of the fact that I am a trustee for those programs and part of all those things, I travel to Sacramento a lot. Lately, I did go into a bar and met up with their president, Mike Lopez, and threw some darts and had some beers with Rick Kennedy, their 6th District Vice President, friends with Tim Edwards, Ray Martinez, David Hudson, Rick Griggs. Several of these guys I consider to be close friends. I have nothing against the Cal Fire Fighters. I asked Mr. Lopez, or President Lopez, excuse me, for a letter of support, and he gave it to me. You can see a copy of it in your packet. I'll read it to everybody. Dear President Sandifer, CDF firefighters will always support IAFF locals when it comes to protecting work jurisdictions. The Hemet Firefighters Association Local 2342 should have the ability to work with their local elected officials and maintain their work jurisdiction, and we will support that decision. CDF firefighters Local 2881 support Local 2342 in maintaining their work jurisdiction in accordance with Article 19 of the IAFF Constitution and Bylaws. Fraternally, Mike Lopez. You'll also notice that the firefighters were able to make contact with the city's labor attorney. And in another effort to reach out and try and bridge the gap on the fact that there may be a little bit of a difference between cost according to Citygate, that's still arguable, but because we wanted to stay your fire department, we made an offer to you that would be a 3-year deal, as you can see, us paying 3% more towards our pensions, and instead of the paramedics receiving a 15% increase in pay, they would just receive a 5% increase in pay. At the bottom, you'll see that that equals $216,000 a year to you. I'd like to finish by saying that the Hemet firefighters answer to the fire chief, the city council, and the city manager. But our boss is you, the tax-paying citizen. We will stop fighting to save the Hemet Fire Department when you tell us to, and not a minute before.
Jeff Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Youssef and City Council members. For months, I have gone to many City Council meetings and even ordered the 2 videos. My glasses on. Of the comparisons of Hemet Fire and CAL FIRE, February 26th and March 26, 2013. I have watched these 2 videos over 20 times to make sure that I have a clear understanding of both sides. As a member of the Teamsters Union, it is important to me that the firefighters have proper representation. As a tax-paying citizen of this city, it is also important that the taxpayers get the best possible fire protection for their money. I have personally gone to many fire stations from Corona to San Diego County, as well as the surrounding cities of Hemet, and talked to about 30 CAL FIRE firefighters to hear what they had to say, positive or negative. And overwhelmingly, all but one was extremely happy with CAL FIRE. They loved the fact that they have the opportunities to transfer and work overtime, but most of all, the opportunity for rank advancements in all areas of the company seemed to put a smile on their faces. Even I was surprised on how satisfied they all seemed to be. After extensive hours of research and talking to many other citizens, I have made a list of reasons why I believe that CAL FIRE is the best choice for the city of Hemet and its citizens, financially, as well as the safety and security. CAL FIRE protects our seniors by requiring that all their firefighters are to be trained paramedics. In a life and death situation where seconds matter, the taxpaying citizens, especially our seniors, deserve only the very best in fire safety, and CAL FIRE delivers that on all fronts. Voting for CAL FIRE will save the taxpayers tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees and up to $250,000 per claim from frivolous lawsuits against our city and our fire department. All fire-related lawsuits and legal fees will be handled by CAL FIRE. On February 26, 2013, it was brought up about Measure C, and Chief Morris tells the City Council that the drive times, regardless of which fire department is driving the fire truck, will be the same. On March 26, 2013, Mark Orm showed a slideshow of the comparisons between the two fire departments for safety, staffing, equipment, and overall operations, and the conclusion is an overwhelming landslide in favor of CAL FIRE. Watch the videos for yourself. Voting for CAL FIRE will save the taxpayers tens of thousands of dollars in contract, negotiations, and legal fees, which means we won't have to deal with Steve Sandifer and all that. The Hemet firefighters will still be members of the International Association of Firefighters and will be represented by the president of Local 2881, Mr. Ray Martinez, an over 30-year veteran. As a union member, this was important to me. Hemet recently hired the independent auditor, City Gate Associates LLC, to give the outside comparison between the two fire departments. In October 2013, the finding that by going with CAL FIRE, the city and the taxpayers will save in excess of $2.1 million over the next 3 years. Going with CAL FIRE significantly cuts into our $65 million nightmare of unfunded liabilities and freezes $19 million of CalPERS to possibly be paid off with a low-interest loan over a long period of time. With CAL FIRE, it's pay-as-you-go. The city chooses what services it needs and then simply writes a check. That is an absolute no-brainer. A vote for CAL FIRE builds confidence for the citizens that live out by the closed fire station number 5 that will no longer have to wait for services from fire truck number 1 because they will be serviced by Little Lake Fire Station number 26 on Stanford Street. By voting for CAL FIRE, the city and its citizens will be completely protected by a full-service fire department that has been around since 1885. CAL FIRE protects 64 counties and over 204 cities, including 21 of 28 cities in Riverside County, and all those cities can't be wrong. All of the cities surrounding Hemet are being protected by CAL FIRE, including the unincorporated areas of Hemet. As a matter of fact, Fire Chief Hawkins and Deputy Chief Fulcher and many other high-ranking CAL FIRE officials live in Hemet and San Jacinto. Going with CAL FIRE, and this one's a big one for me, going with CAL FIRE closes the door on the perception that city council members are bought and paid for by the fire unions. One questionable moment was on March 26, 2013, at the city council meeting when only minutes after Rita Conrad explained to the city council and the citizens that by going with CAL FIRE, they would save $2.3 million over the next 3 years. One of the city council members read a letter asking to close down the comparison process, and then I second the motion by another city council member. It was clear to me that these two had already made up their minds no matter how much money the city and the taxpayers could save. This was totally irresponsible and an absolute outrage. And let me remind these city council members that you are responsible for the financial integrity of this city and answer to the taxpaying citizens and not the unions and special interest. The average median income for a Hemet family is approximately $32,000 a year. For decades, the fire unions have donated campaign contributions to their favorite city council members. And in return, the average captain in Hemet Fire Department has a total income and benefit package in excess of 5 times what the average family in Hemet has. That's a lot of friggin' money. A lot of money has been shelled out. I don't have a problem with people making money, but that's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, it is America, and that's why I'm standing here. Want to handle that?
One more outburst, folks, and we're going to go ahead and recess out. Please let him finish his time.
Going with CAL FIRE will stop this process. Now, here's the other thing. I'm a union member, and I would never allow my union to sit there and hand out campaign donations if I stood on my merits and I did as much as I wanted to do.
Do not shout out, sir. This is the
You
last
want
warning,
to
sir.
throw him out? Let's just put a stop to this right now. This is ridiculous.
Continue on.
Yeah, I want my time. So going with CAL FIRE will stop the practice of the unions buying city council seats. As a union member, I took an oath to defend the rights of men and women from all races and backgrounds. The average racial makeup of the children of the Hemet schools is about 60% Mexican American, 25% white, 10% African American, and 5% Native American and other. When I talk to the firefighters at the CAL FIRE stations, I talk to women firefighters, Mexican American firefighters, African American firefighters, firefighters from all races. In a city like Hemet with its racial diversity, you would think that its fire department would reflect that racial makeup of its citizens instead of 90% white males. CAL FIRE is the perfect fire department for this changing city. It is time for change. It is time for racial equality in our fire department. It's time to see women firefighters. It is time for financial stability, and that's why I ask the taxpayer and citizens of Hemet to support a unanimous yes vote in favor of CAL FIRE. And let me also say this, since I have time. I have time. When it comes to the firefighters, you claim to all be family. Let me just say this, that 73% of all firefighters do not live in this city. So much for the family. Only 12 firefighters from the Hemet Fire Department actually live in this city. The next thing, Chief Hawkins says that he will absorb all qualified firefighters into his fire department. He gives an example on 5/26/13 that when he was asked by Larry that he will take most qualified people and the other ones will just have to be requalified. So all these firemen who want their jobs, qualify, do what you got to do, go talk to the chief down there, and you'll get your job. And you'll probably be driving the same fire truck out of the same fire station.
Jeff, please address the
doing the
council.
same thing. Thank you.
No more outbursts like that, sir.
So I just want to say thank you so much for giving people like me the opportunity to look at all sides and to make a decision. I hope every one of you, all 5 of you, vote in favor of CAL FIRE. Thank you very much.
Mary Rowe, followed by Patty Woods. Patty will have 4 minutes, followed by David Harvey. 242. Mary Rowe.
Late hour. Good evening, Mayor Yusuf and council members. I'm Mary Rowe, 1216 Millie Drive, Hemet, California. I've sat here tonight and I've listened to all the comments from the citizens of Hemet. I'm a recent transferee to Hemet. I'm a supporter of public safety. I don't care whether it's in Hemet, whether it's anywhere, and also of the unions. So I'm going to just, do I have 3 minutes?
2 minutes.
Okay, I have a question for Mayor Yusuf. And I'd like for you to answer it, and you may use my 2 minutes or what I have left. Why are you and Councilmember Milne and Councilmember Smith, why are you hell-bent on outsourcing the fire department to CAL FIRE? Please answer.
We're looking at the bids, Mary.
Please answer.
Mary, we're looking at the bids.
Pardon me?
We are looking at the bids tonight.
I know, but how are you going to vote tonight?
Well, we'll wait and see until all the stuff is done.
Well, then why are you hell-bent? I've read...
Mary, you've got 2 minutes
As
to
I
speak to
said,
us.
I have only been here a short time, and I have been reading all of the... I want to read the staff report. Now, I sat and listened to the report that was given tonight. I saw a lot of inaccuracies there. I've been around the block a few times. I'm an old 82-year-old woman. And I want to know also what it is. You haven't addressed about CAL FIRE. What about the $4 million that was misappropriated or something? I just heard a little bit of that and then boom, no more. And then Mayor Youssef, come on, let's face it. Bank of America's in a hell of a lot of trouble. And you're vice president there. So I don't think the the city of Hemet should be run like Bank of America. I mean, does that give you qualifications to come here and then tell us, look, I've been keeping up on the news and everything. I have experience from the city, from the county, from the state, and the federal
Mary, your time
government.
has expired. Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry you didn't want to answer my question.
Thank you,
But
Mary.
I can tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen.
Mary, your time has expired.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Mary, your time has expired. Mary,
We can get.
we're going to go ahead and take a recess, folks.
We can get it rescinded.
Patty, we're going to take a recess. Okay, folks, we're going to reconvene. Can we get that over? Can we relay that information to him?
Waiting for Ron?
Good job.
Folks, I'll ask you again that you please take your seats so we can go ahead and continue. Okay, Patty Woods, they said you have 6, I only have 2 or 4 here, but I'll go ahead in 6 minutes.
I think one of the sheets may have been missing or something.
Okay, go ahead.
That's fine, thank you. I have a lot of concerns over several different topics, and I'll try to get through them quickly. I'm looking at an RFP from October 2011 where it stated that all fire department employees would be hired if a CAL FIRE contract was included in section 7.5 of that RFP. And then I'm looking at the Watergate or Citygate report, sorry. And it says that some of the employees would be transitioned over if there is a paramedic program in place by the end of the year. And then finding number 9, it states clearly that there is going to be significant layoffs. And these people are employees of the city that have dedicated their time, and yet for those of you that are willing and okay with voting for this RFP to go to CAL FIRE, that's disturbing to think that you're willing to vote layoffs for our city employees that have chosen a profession to serve the people here. And I think that deserves a lot of consideration. Another issue I have is, it was just over the summertime when I think the budget, I think it was an August meeting, maybe July, when the budget was put before you. And Mr. Bradley had clearly in there the fire department budget where, and it was addressed earlier, where the paramedic program was fully funded for 12 months. Yet for several years in a row, it has failed to be implemented for various reasons, and various roadblocks have intentionally been put up by various people. Specifically, most recently, Mr. Bradley himself has stopped this paramedic program from being implemented, only to now be held over the head of the fire department, stating that it's somehow inferior because there's no paramedic program in place. That really seems to be counterproductive for your own city department that you theoretically manage. Another issue I have is we're trying to keep costs down, yet our fire department does not have lifetime medical at all, which is somewhat of a lower unfunded liability compared to CAL FIRE, which offers lifetime medical for employees that work there for greater than 15 years. That does indeed increase the unfunded liability when you're adding lifetime medical benefits to their employees. That's concerning when we're talking cost. So we may save $300,000 for a year, maybe 2 years, maybe 3, but look at the big picture here. You're not talking about saving this huge amount of dollars 10 years from now or 5 years from now. The real picture is, it's not a savings. Look at cities such as Canyon Lake. They couldn't afford it, so what's going to happen? The station gets closed down. Let me just remind you guys, it's 5 minutes to brain death. With all of our senior citizens living around here, that's a real serious statement. 5 minutes is less than the total time that I'm standing up here at the podium. To bring a truck for a burning building, for a house on fire, from Menifee, a backup truck, for the new Chicago fire, it was greater than 5 minutes. There's people trapped in that apartment. CAL FIRE didn't call on Hemet Fire. No, they waited for Menifee. Our truck was in the station. So let's let's think twice about this whole thing of CAL FIRE calling the closest unit in case of a real emergency. I would say that people having to jump out of the third story of apartment buildings would be a little bit of a life-threatening emergency. CAL FIRE doesn't quite play the games or play along fairly like they want to say that they do. Another issue I have is that dispatch, if I have to call 911 because my grandson is choking, you better believe that his brain, if he's oxygen deprived, his brain's not going to save itself for the time that it takes for the dispatcher to ask me what's wrong, and if he's blue, and if he's breathing, and if I've given him rescue breaths. It doesn't stop like that. Time matters. If my elderly relative is having a heart attack, muscle dies waiting for help. 5 minutes is not very long, and that needs to be considered. I'm not sure where the missing money has gone, but I think that there needs to be accountability for that. And Mr. Bradley needs to answer for where that money has gone from the paramedic funding that he allocated. It's a lot of money that's suddenly gone that should have gotten put where it belongs, and that's implementing a paramedic program. This is shameful behavior on our city for you to be doing what you're doing. You can't hold what you've prevented over the head of our fire department. And let me just remind you again, the fire department was needed long before a governing body was. Lives are more important than a bunch of bureaucrats. Even more so, a bunch of corrupt bureaucrats.
Paul Raver, and Paul will have 12
I
minutes.
think I'm right up with Patty.
Okay, Dave, 2 minutes for Dave Harvey, and then followed by Mr. Paul Raver.
Good evening. I'd like to say a few words about some friends of mine, these Hemet firefighters. The men and women of our fire department didn't ask to be put in the position they find themselves in today. It's apparent that you intend to vote them out of existence. In this process, they've had to suffer the rumors of contracting. They've been vilified by council because they belong to a union. They've endured the reduction of their numbers, the closure of their fire stations and truck company. They've been given unqualified leadership by this council, and this council majority has ignored every single achievement that they have accomplished. Yet, they are here asking you to allow them the honor of serving the city department. These men and women are loyal. They are loyal to this community. They came here to serve this city, and they fight to be able to do so. They are appreciated by the citizens they serve, just not their city council. There's a human factor called dedication that they possess that hasn't been measured by your consultants or their biased reports. They've done nothing to deserve this kind of treatment. Even after all your efforts, you've failed to convince us that an alternative fire department is a better deal. To you, the council majority, to Supervisor Stone and City Manager Bradley, for all your political manipulations, expensive consultant reports, outright sabotage, and truth stretching, we the people want to keep our fire department. If you cared about this community, you'd want to keep this fire department too. In fact, if you would have put as much effort into cleaning up our streets as you had into destroying our fire department, our city would be squeaky clean. And finally, instead of abdicating your responsibilities to the state bureaucracy, you should do your duty and retain local control of your public safety. All of your city employees would appreciate a sense of job security. Thanks.
Mr. Raver, and you'll have 12 minutes.
How many?
12.
12. Well, as it turns out, a lot of what I was going to discuss with you has been gone over several times. Accordingly, I would like to turn my attention to the Citygate report, which I find wanting. First and foremost, the dollar figures contained in that report are nothing more than a straw man
They're not real. There's no line item articulation of what the costs represent or how it was billed. It is worthless. Okay? The only numbers before you, and which presumably you are going to contract negotiations, is the $9 million plus in the original CAL FIRE bid. Now, you can go through the RFPs, as I'm sure you have, and you'll see several numbers floating around for the same option. What your staff did, which I think is appropriate, CAL FIRE assumed a $1,000 overhead that the city would still have. Your staff, however, said, no, the overhead is $1.2 million, which resulted in a different number than the $900,000. One of the things that troubles me about Mr. Bradley's letter is there's no identification of the number being taken to negotiation. There's no evidence, line item evidence, that in fact anyone is less expensive than anyone else. It's not there. You have not been given that information. Tell me, can any of you tell me what the numbers are that they're going to negotiate? Probably not. I can tell you I don't know. And I've gone through these numbers from day one. I question whether or not you can, in fact, take this to negotiation without amending, having CAL FIRE give you a written letter amending their bid as your staff suggests in their letters they have done. For example, their original bid still has the closing of Station 3. That's not off the table. There's nothing in your records, the public records, amending that original bid. It's not there. So are you going to be negotiating Station 3 staying here or leaving? What guidelines? There have been no guidelines established by anyone as to what it is you're going to negotiate for. As has been pointed out and has been documented, I've told you before, in the state contract between the state of California, CAL FIRE, and the county of Riverside, they clearly state that there will be times when they cannot cover your city. It's in writing. And then they go on to say that we will backfill all of your stations. Tonight you heard the chief say he'll backfill 3 of the 4. So there's a conflict between the state contract and their promise to backfill all the stations and what the chief is telling you tonight. With regard to Measure C and EE, the contractor has attempted poorly, but has attempted nonetheless to obviate the importance of those 2 documents, those 2 measures that were approved by the public, because Measure EE, as you know, established a 5-minute rule. The consultants, I don't know why, is talking about the standards in 1710, I believe it is, and complains that you don't have information. That's false. That is absolutely false. Every time we get an emergency 911 call, it's logged. Every time an engine starts up to leave the station, it's called in, it's logged. Every time they arrive, it's logged. Every time they leave or finished, it's logged when they're available again. The point being, the raw data in fact is available to use the format he's suggesting. The problem with that recommendation is Measure EE. You're mandated 5 minutes And that's the way the format of the data has been formed to determine whether or not they're meeting it. And his discussion about the average, 50% of, no, that's the median. I've taken math. I can add. That's the median. I have seen the maps on the chief's wall showing the fire districts and showing how many calls were under the 80% requirement mandated by the public and how many were over. So in fact, you can monitor the effectiveness of your fire department. The data is viable and is published and is available. This is a ruse on the part of your consultant. It's detracting from the real issues. You have a good fire department. The problems he has pointed out to you with regard to staffing, you have been told by the last, at least 2 fire chiefs, of those staffing problems. And because your back was against the wall because of revenue problems, you've had to summarily reject those. That's nothing new in his report. There's absolutely nothing new. The fire chiefs have told you, we need headquarters staff. They have asked for it. They have pleaded for it. And you heard Schubert. You told them we don't have the money. The firefighters and your fire chief work together with you to reduce the cost of the fire department to meet your needs. They're not this big bad union that some of us like to believe. They have worked with you. Tonight they've offered to reduce their costs even more. You're not going to have a CAL FIRE union rep come in and unilaterally say we're going to reduce our costs for you. It's not going to happen. What's going to happen is, because CAL FIRE underbids, if the numbers are to be believed, by $1.9 million, that was the original bid of CAL FIRE, $9 million, versus $11.4 million. There's a delta. If they can't even get within $1 million, how can you trust any of their bids? Not one of them. You simply cannot do that. I, like Ron, have been in the business for a long time. The format used by the consultant is not viable in terms of being able to assess the difference between the 2 budgets. You need to have 2 line item budgets so that you know what you're getting. Right now, staff is recommending that you approve a pig and a poke. They're going to take that poke home and you're going to open it up and you let the cat out of the bag. You're not getting what you think you're getting because you don't know what you're getting. It's simply not in the data in front of you. You have worked very hard, and I disagreed with your going out with the RFP, but you folks and your prior council members have taken the hard decisions which I wish to help Congress would do in keeping your budget in order. You've been brave in doing that. You've been brave in going out for the RFP. The facts are, it's basically a wash, and you're not going to get the services you need. The fact is that when there is a regional fire, they will take, yet to be determined under contract, fire engines out of your city. They did it to Temecula. They had to call in a strike team to backfill, which you don't do. You don't use a strike team to backfill. And our citizens will have to put their house fires, their illness, and their close to death experiences on hold until CAL FIRE can get here from southwest of Lake Elsinore or from Cherry Valley. That is a real life and death issue you're facing here. It's not speculation. When we've had the last 3 fires in the area, I went to San Jacinto fire stations. I went to 26. The engines were gone. What showed up? About 30 minutes later, in the city of San Jacinto, the first fire, I think it was from Sherry Valley, 1 engine to cover the city. Now, after I left, and probably several hours later, maybe another one showed up. But it was underserved. And I'm telling you right now, and I'll bet you sugar-free, calorie-free, etc. free donut. Of course, they don't make those things, so I can bet you that if you contract with CAL FIRE, you will expose this city to not having fire services. A, and then B, when someone does show up from CAL FIRE, if they can, they're short of equipment. The chief begged for additional equipment from the county during the budget hearings. They're short of engines, they're short of personnel. The county is short of money. You are being had. You are being asked to subsidize CAL FIRE in the county. You have a tough job.
Mr. Avery, your time has expired. Thank you. Maria Higgins, which will have 2 minutes, followed by Howard Rosenthal, which will have 4 minutes. And Seth Winger, which will have 10 minutes. Maria Higgins.
Can I speak for Maria? Had to leave?
No, if she's left, then her time's yield. Howard Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is Howard Rosenthal. I'm a past president of the Hemet Sanso Action Group. I'm a past president of the Hemet Hospital Foundation. I'm past president and founder of the Western Science Center. Past trustee of the University of California, Riverside, and la 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 la. And the reality is that we have nothing in community without integrity. Nothing. And the reality for me is there's no lack of integrity in the men and women that wear these uniforms, and wear the CAL FIRE uniforms, and wear the Hemet PD uniforms, and wear the sheriff's uniforms. I wish I could say the same for all elected officials. I heard a comment tonight by the consultant from Citygate that stuck with me. Let me try to remember it. It was it prevention equals? Predictable is preventable. Predictable is preventable. The police department told you 5 years ago that if you made these cuts, they would lose their crime suppression, their traffic suppression. We did. Property crime is up over 400% the first quarter of this year. The police have used, there's been more officer-involved shootings in the last 2 years in the city of Hemet than the previous 20. Outsourced fire. I think Citygate, and pardon me, no disrespect to the consulting firm, but a parody is Citygate. A gentleman running for council the first time takes contributions given to his campaign, moves it over to the opposition to stop the safety tax that some people in the valley knew in the city of Hemet was going to be needed to infill. Our 3rd District Planning Commissioner farms 3 of our current council members. one of our council members, the first day, the first meeting, seated, votes for a new city manager. The process smells. The intent, I don't doubt, is well meant. And I have a lot of respect for the city manager who's been here. We don't have to agree. But we failed at this. And so for the last year, well, crime continues to grow. We have 57 police. We're budgeted for 67, 68, 69. Let's outsource fire. It's not going to work. You can vote for it, but is this the way we are going to get anything done? Positive? I'm told not to be negative. Oldest outdoor play in the country. First Leeds Platinum Museum. Thousands that trained here in World War II. Don't vote this. It's going to be a tainted vote. We're going to have rancor at a time we need to come together. Put this aside. The Hemet Fire Action Group asked you to put the RFP aside. It was ignored. The president of the Republican Club and Democratic Club together asked you not to. Don't do this vote. We need to come together and not be tainted. Thank you.
Dave Miles, I'm sorry, Miles, I'm sorry, Seth. Sorry. Seth, and you'll have 10 minutes. My apologies.
You had someone else that I didn't hear their name, but thank you, council, for allowing me to speak here this evening. I've had a whole bunch of opinions and things that have happened over the last year, and I'd like to sum up some of them because there's a lot of things that I'm going to say tonight that haven't been touched on. First of all, my great uncle was a 60-year firefighter, fire captain, fire chief, and retired New York firefighter. And so this is personal and passionate for me because I do understand. It's been part of my life all my life. I gained a great respect not only for our local firefighters, but also for our Cal firefighters, for our other service, our law enforcement, Hemet Police Department, and Hemet Sheriff's Department, because of a program that I personally undertook earlier this year to help public safety. And that actually has led to a full-time position that I now am working with law enforcement governments all over, in several states, all over the nation. I want to say I have the utmost respect for everybody that dons a uniform. I actually gained a little bit additional respect for Captain Hawkins tonight because you know what? He told us what the truth was. He didn't tell us what the council wants to hear, that he was concise. He never once said, period, like some other politicians. And I respected that because you know what? He's telling us that when it comes time to push comes to shove, he doesn't know. And I respect a man who can say, you know what? This is what my best scenario, my best guess is. We all make our mistakes. We all make our decisions based on, but he told you tonight. He doesn't know. And thank you, and you earned some additional respect from me, and I hope from the rest of the audience for that, Chief Hawkins. I want to share with you one thing that is very different, my experience with CAL FIRE, Riverside County Fire Department, and Hemet Fire. I'm a survivor of the 1971 earthquake in Sylmar. I could see the fallen hospital from less than 2 miles. My backyard looked down onto the epicenter. I didn't have a block wall within a mile of my home. The water from my neighbor's pool was in my house. It took almost 2 weeks before we had any type of either electric or gas. They were trucking water into my home 6 days after the earthquake was the first time we had fresh water. We were arming ourselves as citizens to stop looters. I was 5th grade, but I can remember everything that happened in that 2-week period that we lived like what the unfortunate people that are going through in the typhoon areas right now. It happens. And I will say one thing that I can equivocally guarantee you that our fire department has done better than almost any other department in Riverside County, and that's emergency preparedness. And I saw something in the newspaper that somebody from the council said that we don't have that. Well, we have a fully functional emergency center at the fire station. We have a second and third one spread out through the county, throughout the city. We have I've heard 4, I know there's as many as 12 there at one point on the books, evacuation centers that can do helicopter rescues, that can take triage patients out of our valley, that can bring supplies into our valley, that for when first responders can't show up, that's been set up by our fire department. You know how many San Jacinto, we have 4, I believe 5 in the city with 12 that we're on pace. You know how many the city of San Jacinto have? That's how many, 0. I've worked with VOAD, which is the Volunteers Organized Against Disaster, and throughout Riverside County, and I've met with many of them, we have by far one of the most superior emergency situations set up by any city. And you can thank Buddy. Are you still here tonight? Buddy has left. He's been very, very influential. He's been the person, and that was something that Chief Morris made a personal agenda for him, and it's something we've succeeded on. As a survivor of a major disaster, I can tell you that's one thing why I put my faith in my local fire department. A couple other things I want to point out, and again, I heard some of the things. Budget comparison, I keep on hearing all sorts of numbers, but the one that I hear most frequently is $300,000. Over 60,000, 70,000 residents of this town, that's $5. Well, I'll put the first $5 up to make sure that that helps keep the Hemet Fire Department in place. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. I look at you, and I know some of the backgrounds. I've had the opportunity to meet with almost every one of you on a one-on-one basis, and you've shared with me your personal experiences and so forth in helping create the public safety program that I was trying to put together. And I know most of you have a corporate background, as do I. In corporate background, we're taught fiscal responsibility. We're taught employee management. We're taught all of those things that we always hear, why isn't a government run more like a business? Well, you know what? When I have an employee that takes a step and maybe does something above and beyond, takes a reduction in salary because my business is hurting, who takes that personal interest, I don't reward him by the first time things get better, tell him goodbye. I don't go out and look for something else. I take that person that has dedicated himself to the success of my business, and I make sure that I'm lifelong success of theirs. When I own a business, I understand every one of my employees is my responsibility to help feed them. Because if I don't do my job, they don't get to eat. Take that responsibility seriously, please. It also boils down, when it came down to the difference, and I hear comparisons between the trash and the fire and the police department, and it's, oh, hey, well, they already got rid of the trash department. You know what? I applaud you. It's something that had to be done. But do you know why I support trash and I don't support public service? Is that when it comes up for next year's bid on the 10-year bid on the trash, we've got 3 companies that operate that will be able to bid against each other for our business, that we will be able to keep financial responsibility for that contract. I know that many of you ran on, we need to look at, are we being financially responsible? Well, like I said, for my $5, the difference is not enough. What happens if you do contract out? Do you have that? Who are you going to compare with the next time that there's a negotiation for bid? You know, I've heard a lot of people say things, and again, I think it was misplaced on the responsibility on what our CAL FIRE would do, that we aren't important to CAL FIRE. I don't think any of that was addressed to Chief Hawkins or to any of the CAL FIRE staff that live here, that survive here. But the decisions are not made here, they're made in Sacramento. I currently am working with California Highway Patrol, with the California Attorney General's office, with several different entities that work out of Sacramento. And let me tell you something. I got a lot more done, a lot faster, a lot more things happened because I worked with a local department. That's why you keep local control. You have, and I'm not saying this to disparage any one of your abilities or any one of your efforts, but you are not professionals in the fire department. You're not professionals in that. The information's been sent out, and from everybody that I've seen and everybody that I've heard, including your own, it's not a devastating difference. Are you willing to make a decision of what, as Linda Krupas, or as a, I'm sorry, Linda, as a previous councilwoman, I'm drawing a blank on your name. Lori, thank you, Lori Van Arsdale, I'm sorry. What Lori said is that, you know, 80 years have had the opportunity before you. I want to make sure that 80 years have the opportunity after you to make that decision. I'm not qualified to make that decision. I'm not from the fire department. I'm not from the public safety issue. I think that the people that put it out there have said, you know what? It's too close to call. Why change something? Why fix something that's not broken? Thank you.
Thanks, Seth. Dave Miles, and Dave, you'll have 4 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. It's very evident tonight, there cannot be a vote on this tonight. There needs to be more due diligence and more research. The questions you're asking, they don't cut it right now. You were painted a picture several hours ago that a truck company was going to be stationed 300 to 500 feet away from here and only answer 2 to 3 calls a day. I respectfully disagree, Chief Hawkins. This station has had an engine and a truck run out of it. It's had an engine and a squad run out of it. They're busy. They're running calls all day long. Engine in the squad, engine in the truck, running calls all day long. I think you should ask for the research on the calls that Truck 76 out of Menifee runs and what Truck 73 out of Temecula runs. I don't believe that they only answer 2 to 3 calls a day. If they did, I'd be very surprised. I think our Station 1 here is comparable to Station 25 in the city of San Jacinto. They have what's a Type 1 engine and a Type 3 engine. Those 2 apparatuses answer calls all day long, every day. And they're working 3-day shifts out there. And I wouldn't want to be a patient on that 3rd day when they're running calls all 3 of those days. That's burnout. What we have going right now is what I'd term as a shell game. What I see in the RFPs is staffing. In relation to that, they say you're going to get a fire chief, a division chief, and a deputy chief. Do you really think that all those personnel are going to work here in the city of Hemet 24/7? They may park their vehicles in their driveways in the city of Hemet after 1,700 hours, but I don't believe they're going to be here on a 24-hour basis. Look like what you're going to get is 1 battalion chief that's dedicated to Hemet. The rest of the battalion chiefs will be running from all over the place. That new Chicago fire, they did not have a battalion chief at that scene approximately 30 to 40 minutes. There were lives of firefighters and citizens put at risk that evening, or actually it was very early morning. The city of Hemet fire wasn't even called until 30 minutes after that fire started. There were units coming from Beaumont, Moreno Valley, and Paris. Do a public information request and get the audio. You'll hear it for yourselves. I have a question. Why now? Got all this stuff done in February. We're here in November. Why now? Why isn't our new city manager sitting here making these decisions? I don't get it. No more reports and no more consultants. San Jacinto Valley is a unique place with unique needs. This isn't Temecula or Menifee. This is the San Jacinto Valley. We are separated. There needs to be, they need to get along. Hemet Fire, Cal Fire, everybody needs to work together. They need to think outside the box. Station 5 can be staffed. You have the money. You can hire the resources. There's tons of people that want to be firefighters, and they're paramedic certified. Go out and get them. You don't need to put, and I'll tell you, a fire engine pumps water. It's what's sitting outside here. A fire truck has a big ladder and the tiller behind it. That's what it usually has. You don't even need a fire engine or a fire truck. A lot of those calls you get out there to Lake Street and where you live, Miss Wright, are medical aids. Please think outside the box. It's ridiculous. As I said, this does not have to happen today. I want to see a new city manager here making these decisions. This doesn't need to be the swan song for you, Mr. Bradley. And I congratulate you. You've joined the classes of Andy Hall and Joe Braun. It's very nice. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Dave. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Flora Johnson.
I still don't like to stand in front of a speaker and people, but here I am. Mayor, council members, city manager, and citizens. My name is Flora Johnson, a resident in the county area near Simpson Park. History and nostalgia about Hemet Fire Department is honorable, but safety of the citizens of your city is a single issue. My experience was real, not imagined or a what-if scenario. you've heard this before, but I will highlight and put an exclamation point on some issues. I'm an optimist, and I hope you have an open mind. I respectfully ask that you recognize that local control is necessary. Everybody in the valley, the county, and either city needs to consider the value of dual agencies, mutual cooperation, whatever that term is. When we lived on Sage Road, it was CDF, now CAL FIRE, and there was a fire in 1993. And here's a story that shows what our CAL firefighters face when they have no control over where they're dispatched. I love my CAL firefighters, but the CAL FIRE bureaucracy scares me to death.
Flora, 30 seconds.
I have the, how much?
30 seconds.
A fire control center that sent firefighters at the fire that we experienced were sent to Orange County and left the valley. We were left vulnerable. The entire valley will be vulnerable if you do not have local control. And those decisions are made by a fire center that is in another county, but not right here. It's critical. It may be your home, it may be my home, it may be our neighbor's home, but we have to have local control. It is, I have a copy of what I'm saying. I will let you read that so that if I may hand it to you.
You just hand it to the city clerk. Thank you,
So
Flora.
that you can read the entire thing.
Mark Lamont, followed by Richard Johnson, Marcia Scott, and Don Johnson.
Hi, my name is Mark Lamont, and I would like to give my time to Chief Schobert, or Snodgrass, sorry.
Okay.
Share a little more history with Hemet Fire. I was a battalion chief and the operations chief for the last 15 years of my service before we dropped below that level D that your consultant's talking about. You went through great lengths to go and find a non-biased consultant service, and I would bet that the cost of that consultant service was close to half of what you're expecting to save by going with county fire in a one-time shot. I'm telling you that local control is important. The reason that you are all elected here is so that you can hear us when there are issues, that you can listen to your firefighters union and stuff when there are issues. And you're going to lose that control. When you took the job as council members, you were sworn in. I'm telling you, you looked at a non-biased report. Your job is to be biased. You're supposed to be biased for Hemet. These firefighters are biased for Hemet. In the 15 years as an operation chief, I received many requests from County Fire for assistance on large events. We've never lowered our service level during any of those fires, and yet we are at times able to field 1, 2, and sometimes 3 apparatus because of the diligent service of our firefighters who are calling in saying, do you need me to come in and cover? We would not release that apparatus until we had the coverage, and we never went below our minimum staffing. You're going to give that away. You're going to give that away, and not only are you going to give that away, when they take all those units out of this valley to go fight these greater needs because their priorities are different, you're going to give away the ability to be reimbursed. Not only every time did we send an engine out, did we backfill almost immediately, we got reimbursement back. And I didn't see that anywhere in this contract proposal. The monies that we spend out there come back to us, including our OES engine that the state provides and we staff. And when that goes out, they pay us back for that. It's at no cost to us to participate.
Okay, Mr. Snodgrass, and then I have, let me just verify, is Mr. Johnson here? Okay, Marcia, I know you're here, and Don Johnson? Okay, and it says here to give your time to finish off with Mr. Snodgrass, is this correct?
Yeah, I'd like to donate my time to Mr. Snodgrass.
Mr. Snodgrass will give you 6 more minutes to finish off.
Back to Measure C. When that was passed, we were attempting to meet that 5-minute response time from time of call till time on scene. We were having trouble servicing the east side of the county. We entered into a cost share agreement with County Fire and the wonderful firefighters that staff those stations there on the east side. We actually paid for an additional person to be at Station 26, so their staffing level met ours. There was a problem with it. As we were dispatched and they were dispatched, we were passing them on Stanford Street 65% of the time and getting into their district faster than they could. County firefighters were interested in trying to solve this, and so were I. We went into another agreement that said, well, let's put our pagers in the station so that you're dispatched at the same time our dispatch is, and it takes the Paris dispatch lag out of the system. It improved the service. It worked great. We were partnering with County Fire. They were helping us meet this Measure C and this response time requirement. County Fire had an incident in the desert. The incident in the desert exposed some liability that they had on their dispatch end, and they had to withdraw the agreement of having the pagers put in the station. From that event forward, we had to open a fire station, Station 5. Because we have local control here, when the economy collapsed and our budgets were tight, you had the authority and the ability to withdraw and close Station 5 and take the hit or the responsibility for not meeting Measure C. You're going to lose that control if you pass this up. If there's an issue with the fire department and we're contracted out, do you think that we go to Dave Stone to fix the problem? No. Dave Stone doesn't have a fire department. He contracts with California Department or Cal Fire. It's got to go to Sacramento to resolve that. Chief Hawkins does a wonderful job of representing this area. The priorities aren't Hemet. They can't be, not within his mission. And the firefighters that work for him, their priority's not Hemet. And they do a wonderful job serving their priority. You have firefighters right here, their priority is Hemet. And they've been serving this community for 108 years. And I'd sure like to see them continue to do that.
Okay, that was the last speaker, so I'm going to go ahead and close that public hearing and turn it over to the city manager.
Why don't you take a recess while we get the answers?
Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute recess, folks. 5-minute recess.
Bill's not going to.
Okay, folks, we're going to go ahead and reconvene. I'll please ask that you take your seats. Okay, I will go ahead at this time and turn it over to the city manager.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, the city attorney and I and my assistant tried to keep track of the questions that were asked, not necessarily the comments. Several of you asked sort of the same question, so if I miss your actual name here, we've still probably got it. We're going to try and answer all the questions we can. The first one came from Emily McDonough, and her real question was, what was the reason for disbanding the fire department? Well, there is no reason. What the city council asked for last October was a proposal to provide the best possible service at the lowest cost. There was nothing said about disbanding the fire department at that time. Gary Cook then talked about the value of labor, mentioning that our current fire department has a 56-hour work week versus the 72-hour work week for CAL FIRE. That's right. How that works is these people work 56 hours in 28 work days, if I understand it correctly. I beg your pardon? Tell me what it is. Give me the...
Chief.
48 hours, 48 hours compared to 72. So we're on duty 48 hours compared to CAL FIRE 72 hours.
Okay. All righty. Gary asked, why aren't we using reserves? Believe me, we are. We're using reserves to make all of this work and hoping against hope that the economy catches up with us, and we're working hard on the economy side of it too, through every possible tactic we can use to attract new businesses and new opportunities to Hemet. I'd have to defer to Chief Hawkins on the number of assists versus Hemet and CAL FIRE. Those numbers didn't appear to be the same ones that I've been made aware of.
Good evening again. Long evening.
Yeah.
The calls for service, and I'll go slow. The calls for service from Riverside County Fire to Hemet Fire
Chief,
in 2010.
Can you move the microphone a little bit?
Thank you. The calls for service in 2010 from County Fire to Hemet were 76 incidents. 2011 was 64 incidents. 2012 was 61 incidents. And 2013, 33 incidents to date. Did you get those, or you want me to go again, council member, please? Okay. These are from county to Hemet. 2010, 76. These are incidents. Could be fires, medical emergencies, traffic collisions. 2011, 64 incidents. 2012, 61 incidents. 2013, 33 incidents. Now from Hemet to County Fire, 2010, 34 incidents. 2011, 41 incidents. 2012, 64 incidents. 2013, 47 incidents. Let me go back through them again so you have them. 2010, 34. Year 2011, 41. Year 2012, 64 incidents. And year 2013, 47 incidents to date.
Thank you, Chief.
Very good. I also have some other comments I'd like to correct when you have an opportunity.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wait till we can go through the questions. Also, Mr. Cook mentioned the issue of transferring fire assets to CAL FIRE, and then what would we do if we decided to move back into our own agency? Well, part of our negotiated agreement would be for CAL FIRE to return to us at no cost the equipment that we transferred or its equivalent. Say that we went for 3 years, there was a honeymoon period and it didn't work out, and we came back to Hemet Fire, we would get the equivalent equipment back here at no cost. That's part of the negotiation. And I have to ask, Primo, are we making all the businesses inspections we're supposed to make at this particular time?
No, of course not.
Okay, thank you.
Well, let me clarify.
Go ahead.
We, under the circumstances, are doing a phenomenal job shoring up the problem. And as City Gate has identified, we have a problem.
Yeah.
But thanks to Captain Jeff Rettmeyer, with the assistance of Terry Waters and the assistance of engineer Sean Murphy, as well as our hired consultant, we're doing a phenomenal job. And in line with the assistance of Ms. Eliano through the building department, Mr. Jeff Thomas. Ideally, when you hire our fire marshal and our prevention specialist, we will be able to do a much better job.
All right, thank you. And I asked the chief this question previously. I guess I ought to keep you up here closer.
Yeah, Chief.
Yeah. In your other contract cities, are you staying up to date with your fire inspections as required by the code?
I'll have to ask you, Mr. Bradley, to repeat the question. I couldn't hear.
Okay. We're talking about fire inspections, the ongoing fire inspections with our businesses. In your contract cities, the 21 other cities, are you staying on top of the number of required inspections by your fire, I guess you're doing them by your engine companies, I assume?
Not to the degree we would like to be.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Sondergrass, a former employee of the, you had asked this question, you don't need to come up there.
Okay.
You indicated the fuel was not provided for in the proposals?
That wasn't
As
me.
Chief Schobert? Or no? Chief Schobert? Okay.
My mention was the reimbursement for outside response.
Right. Yeah. Is Chief Schobert still here? Well, he's wrong. That money is provided for in the proposal. It's one of the things that, your city staff would look at right away to see if we're paying for $100,000 worth of diesel with CAL FIRE that we're paying for with Hemet Fire, like cost for like costs. Many of the comments were just sort of personal and really not questions, which makes it a little hard for us. Chief, I'll let you respond to this general question. It was made repeatedly about CAL FIRE having other priorities when you have a contract with the city.
That's absolutely not correct. Our priorities are defined by where we are. For instance, in the city of San Jacinto, contiguous to Hemet, we provide municipal fire protection there just as we would to the city of Hemet, or just as we do to our total of 21 partner cities. We do have diverse activities going on, but we also have the funding of the state, the county, and the 21 cities to help combat the different fires or emergencies to which we face.
Right. One of the questions that also came up repeatedly was if we should contract with CAL FIRE and we wanted to transfer our firefighter / paramedics to CAL FIRE? Was CAL FIRE prepared to accept them, and under what circumstances?
What we would recommend is if you elect to go with County Fire or CAL FIRE, we would recommend that you implement a paramedic program before transition date so that the firefighters who are currently certified as paramedics can be fully qualified and listed with Riverside County EMS agency as paramedics. That would seriously enable the transition on day one so that they would come across as firefighter or engineer paramedics.
All right, thank you. And let me supplement that, and I think Steve understands this because you've had these initial discussions. One of the issues we discussed with the service for a paramedic training company was to get this type of certification done, to get them qualified and on the city's payroll as firefighter paramedics. So if this decision was made, we could make that transition.
Yes, absolutely, and we'd be, if Hemet makes a commitment to go with CAL FIRE or Riverside County Fire, and with a management option that we could help run the fire department, we would do the training of the firefighters into, and make sure they move into being paramedics.
Thanks, Chief. Many people alluded to the local nature of our fire department. As of July 1st, another individual here talked about how many of the firefighters actually live in the Hemet, San Jacinto. I beg your pardon? I'm just responding to questions.
Please continue, Mr.
that are being asked. At that time, on July 1st, there were 12 living in the city. And so you all understand constitutionally, we cannot require our police or firefighters to live in the city limits. It's not a question that we even worry about. We hire firefighters no matter where they're from if we can get good quality people. Primo, I ask you this question. Steve, you said that I told the chief he was over budget. Can you tell me about that discussion?
What I stated to you is that the previous council meeting we had, Ms. Rita Conrad, who's not here apparently, had made a presentation.
They're back in the corner.
She made a presentation giving an update on the budget. And in doing so, she stated $247,000 we were over budget. That was a significant red flag. That didn't make any sense to me. Obviously, Steve was able to interpret those numbers very clearly. If you like, you can have Steve back up here.
Okay.
But that's where the information came from.
All right, thank you. Because I just didn't remember telling anybody you guys were over budget.
No, Ms. Rita Conrad stated that.
Thank you. Yeah. Rita, do you want to respond to that?
Mayor and Council, I haven't seen what Steve passed out. I'm sorry, Steve, it didn't make its way over to me. But I think you asked for information for the current fiscal year. You were looking at, your expenditure report is the year we're in, and the report Primo is referring to is last fiscal year. So you're talking about two different periods of time. So I hope that clears it up.
All right. Thank you, Rita.
I have a problem. You have to excuse me. What is interesting, communication is a very big deal with me.
Yes.
And, what I was really surprised was after you were done speaking, Ms. Wright approached me, and in her face it was very clear she was in awe about these numbers. So something happened here that I was like, what's going on here? And I gave a brief response to Ms. Wright, but I just want to impress upon you that she was caught off guard, and I was caught off guard, and now you're informing me that this was last year's?
Because that was the fiscal year 11, 12, 13 year-end report. So,
I apologize.
No, that's okay, Chief. So that was closing out the year that had ended June 30th. Right. And Steve Sandifer is talking about the current fiscal year where we are to date. So we're talking about two different completely things.
Thank you, Rita.
You're welcome.
One other question came up, and two or three other speakers alleged that there was money missing in the fire department budget. We did have two unexpected expenditures in the fire department budget. We had to buy 5 new defibrillators because the ones that we were using were not performing like they should. So we bought those. It was an emergency purchase that Gary, my assistant, authorized while I was out of the country, and it's the same decision I would have made. Those are life-saving pieces of equipment, and we wanted them on the trucks. The other expenditure that we didn't budget was hiring Citygate, which we needed to fund. And as opposed to one of the speakers saying we spent, if I'm doing the math right, $150,000. Our original contract with Citygate was for $29,000. We've added work to that as we've got deeper and deeper into the numbers analysis, and that contract's available for anybody to look at. And they talked about and you asked about the $900,000 that was added to the fire department budget this year. I added that $900,000 based on recommendations made by Chief Morris to implement an emergency medical dispatch center. And I underfunded it, quite frankly, because it can't be done for $900,000, but I needed a placeholder in the budget. We put $700 and some thousand for the salaries of the dispatchers, and the rest was our estimated cost at that time of starting the paramedic program. I've since learned through Citygate's work, there's no way we could have implemented one for $200,000 and do everything we need to do.
Patty, no. Please do not disrupt the meeting. Patty, please do not disrupt the meeting. Thank you.
I'm not ignoring a lot of the other speakers. I'm trying to catch the questions rather than the comments. Gary, did I miss any that you had? Or Eric, how about you?
Mr. Snodgrass asked a question about backfill reimbursement costs, I believe.
Right. Chief, do you want to respond to the backfill? And Mr. Raver alluded to the fact that we were talking about 3 of the 4 stations backfilled within 30 minutes, and yes.
That is the commitment that I have to the city of Hemet, unless you were to give me different policy direction, and that is we would strive to always keep 3 stations staffed, 3 out of the 4 stations staffed.
Right, which if we have a call, we don't have all the station staff because we've got a unit out on a call. So 3 out of 4 is a good average. Right.
There was also a question on reimbursement for mutual aid for out-of-area responses.
Right.
The same rules apply whether you are with us or whether Hemet stands alone. Same rules apply. In other words, you would get reimbursement under the same schedule.
All right.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
With all due respect, sir, 3 out of 4 is not acceptable.
It's not? You need all 4?
Not at all.
What do you do? What do you do when you have a call?
When we have a call?
Yeah, when you have a call, you get the engine out of the station.
Yes.
So what happens?
We respond. We
Right.
fulfill our
But who
obligations.
backfills? Who moves into it to keep that 4 station?
As Captain Bailey stated, we do our diligence. We seek ahead. We have incredible people that are already intelligence officers. That'd be an appropriate word. They're already foreseeing. They're already ahead of the game, ahead of the curve. So the phone calls are already in place. We got people already prepared. And so literally, by the time our engine's reeling, we've got people already en route. We do not tolerate, we do not accept that.
You'd need 4 stations. All right,
Yes.
thank you very much. I appreciate it. Anyway, Chief Hawkins, was there anything else that you wanted to add?
When I just made the comment about staffing 3, I didn't mean day-to-day. I meant in case of an emergency, either in or outside of the town, city, we would staff 3 of the 4 stations. That which we strive to do. And
Folks, please let him speak.
It's during emergency. We would staff all 4 stations. That's the daily plan to do, would be to staff all 4 stations. I do have a few comments to make, if you would indulge me for just a few minutes.
Yeah.
Number 1, this is not about an interagency fight, and it's not about that. It's not about a personality difference. It's truly about what's the best fire protection service, or maybe the most economical, or whatever the parameters you as the policymakers decide. That's truly what it's about. The Coastside Fire District that was referenced by one speaker as having left CAL FIRE, never left. It is with CAL FIRE. There was a dispute that went on with some of the commissioners in the Fire Protection District, but the Coastside Fire Protection District, which is a combination of Montero and Half Moon Bay, is still with CAL FIRE. We have a proven customer service partner relationship with our cities, and I stand by that commitment. Whether you choose CAL FIRE, Riverside County Fire or not, we have a proven partner relationship, and I ask you to check with any of our 21 partner cities and determine if that's correct. CAL FIRE, our CAL FIRE firefighters live by our core values in Riverside County, and those are leadership, competence, integrity, safety, and customer service. And we believe in those, just as the Hemet firefighters may structure their core values as similarly or differently. We firefighters live the dream, and our firefighters live to those core values. Again, regardless of the outcome of whatever you decide as the policy makers, which I respect, CAL FIRE is a professional organization. And there were some shots tonight that don't represent who we really are. We do accurate budgeting for our 21 cities. And in fact, we have not run over. And in fact, if you were to check, you would find out that, as Mr. Gary indicated, we budget top step and invoice actual cost. And our typical partner cities come in 2 to 8% less than what they budget. The reference about the volunteers or VOAD. Actually, VOAD in Riverside County is coordinated much by our county OES, which is part of County Fire Department. One of the things that I really want to contest is in no way would we ever abandon Hemet, ever. We would stand behind it. There was a question that I made about Hemet Truck 1, and I referenced 3 calls in a day. I know that Station 1 answers probably 4,000 or 5,000 calls a year. But what I was referencing with Truck 1 is 3 working calls a day, perhaps a structure fire and 2 vehicle extrications. That would be a good workload for aerial ladder truck for a day. Now, they may go to 10 other medical emergencies, which may last 20 minutes each, but the extrications or the structure fires are truly workers. And those are the points, and I'm just honored to be here tonight and hope that if you have any more questions, I'd be glad to professionally answer those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Primo, is there anything else that you'd like to add that we've missed?
Well, I'd like to finish. First of all, I'm curious about his numbers are different than our numbers in reference to mutual aid participation. So his system and our system are obviously
out of sync.
Yeah, so we need to figure that out because we validate our numbers, period.
Right.
So we'll have to figure that one out. Really wasn't going to talk, but I'm going to say a few words. This is what it comes down to, is that for the last 5 years, I understand that you've had to cut the budget. You had to do what you had to do. Now, I don't know if any of you were actually here 5 years ago, but it occurred. So be it. And the budget went down, and there were consequences. Obviously, City Gate has acknowledged those consequences, black and white. So this is what it comes down to. you see a certain value or something positive in the horizon with Mr. Hill, our new city manager. You have made a multi-year commitment with that gentleman. So I don't know what you're seeing, but there's something of value that you see of that gentleman. You also saw something of value with the police association. You made a multi-year agreement with them. There's something on the horizon or something within our organization. We have been here for the last 5 years as, let me make it personal, because I'm trying to keep myself in check here. I have been loyal to you. I have been committed to you for the last 20 years. These gentlemen have done the same thing, this journey. And one of the interesting, well, let me give you an example. We've had 4 incidents. Individuals have left Cathedral City for another employer, Ontario Fire, Burbank, Long Beach. They've returned here, us. And for me, loyalty and commitment is everything, everything. So we have been in this journey for over 5 years. And now I understand you're doing your shopping, apples and all that stuff. I get that. What I don't get is that out of loyalty and commitment, we would like you to invest in us back. Build us up 2007, 2008, when we had a fully staffed truck. We had our 5 stations. We had a 6th station on the horizon. 2007, 2008, all facts. We had a division chief / fire marshal. No, we also had Sonia Boo, prevention officer. We had Pat Gibson, our executive secretary. We had Becky Rivera, okay, secretary assistant, excuse me on that. And of course, our fire chief, Chief Enslow. So we had our engines, we had our truck, all that. The budget was $11,029,028.13. 5 years ago. Here we are at this present state. I understand. Invest. Put us back on the map. I understand it took 5 years to get here. It'll take some time to be back up there. You made a commitment with Mr. Hill. You made a commitment with the police station, or as far as the police association. Make a commitment with us. We were here. I was here for the last 20 years. I would like to be here another 10, 15 years. So,
Well,
I do want to add one other thing. I can't tell you how incredible the privilege of these personnel that we have done. There's a statement you may have come across. It says, we have done so much with so little for so long, and I'm paraphrasing this, that we have accomplished the impossible. These gentlemen and our captains, excuse me, let me be respectful here, Captain Laura Fielding as well as Engineer Terry Waters, we have done it. As these citizens have acknowledged, we have done it. Return that commitment, return that loyalty to us. Thank you.
Primo. Excuse me. Primo, you and I have worked together since June when Joe left.
Yes, sir.
And I can't tell you how impressed I've been with your performance, your honesty, your directness, and your willingness to provide the information that we've looked for. The email you sent to all of the fire staff about acting professional and professional behavior was the best I've ever seen in any city I've managed. I want to congratulate you on your performance and wish you the best.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Excuse me. I do want to add one more thing. I really do.
Now that I got him started.
This is a big deal. Becky Rivera, please stand up. Please stand up. I got her name right this time. One of the most significant things that has occurred in this journey was we've been doing an impossible task. I mean, from firefighters, engineers, captains, we've done an incredible task shoring up this department and fulfilling the needs of our citizens, 100%. This woman has been doing the task of 3 people, 3. And I got to tell you, I wish I could, do more. But I just want her to be recognized for what she's accomplished. Thank you.
Council, any other additional questions and or comments?
I do.
Mr. Chief Hawkins, excuse me. You were absolutely right. This isn't about the difference between 2 incredible organizations or attacking integrity of each, because both of you are top-notch in the field that you're best suited for. And there's a lot of things this isn't about. But what this is about is what the citizens of this community want. And I was elected to do that. Citizens have spoke time and time again, and we're here to do what they request of us to do in providing the best that we can at the level that we can for the right reason. And again, there's a lot this isn't about, but that is the most important thing that this is about.
Mr. Mayor, if I could? Thank you. I agree with Bonnie that I think as elected officials, we have a responsibility to provide the highest level of service. And through this whole process that started 13 months ago, for me it was always finding a way to provide our citizens with that highest level of service. And I think this process has brought to us, and I said right here in this room, that if we can afford it, in the end, the citizens of the city of Hemet are going to have the opportunity to have paramedics on their fire trucks, and that's important to me. And so money's an important issue, and the caveat is, can we afford it? But in me reading the staff report, I'd like to make a motion that we move that forward, because that's exactly what this process is making that determination at what level of service that we can afford to provide for our citizens. So I'd make that motion that we would accept staff's recommendations, all items 1 through 5.
I second.
Are we through with discussion?
I can still make the motion, discussion can continue. But the motion is on the floor.
Shelley?
I second it. You know, Bonnie, I agree. This is all about the process. It's about the level of service we're going to give to our citizens. And like you, I was also elected. And maybe I had a little different ideology. I have different principles. I had different questions. I had different concerns. I've asked for this RFP process for almost 4 years. I think Larry got a little tired of me pounding the pavement as a citizen, asking for this process to go, because I knew that we were cut short, and our firefighters didn't deserve to be cut short. Our citizens didn't deserve to be cut short. So I absolutely agree that while what's before us tonight is not about a final determination, but it's about the next step in the process. Thank you.
Linda?
Thank you. And I would also like to reiterate to Chief Hawkins, and he and I spoke earlier this evening, this is not, in my estimation, pitting one good organization against another good organization. You guys do, you all do a fantastic job. I would say that there's no comparison, because you are all equal in what you do, and you all do an outstanding job. That's what you're trained to do. That's what your commitment is, your personal and your ethical commitment, and that is what you do, and that's what we pay you for. Which brings me to a big issue. Yes, we have been elected. We are here we have a fiduciary responsibility to the citizens to have a balanced budget. We are required by law to have that balanced budget. I will say the last 3 years that I have been on council, maybe we didn't have all the information to make really good decisions for the long run. We've gone down a rabbit hole with public safety that we are now trying to get out of. We need to get out of it. We need to listen to our citizens, and we have to a great degree. What I would say on this particular issue, cost is an issue. However, when you look at one of the final statements in Citygate's report, that if cost is only one factor to consider, then we should contract with the county, or if cost is not a factor. But if it's critical, because if the city cannot or chooses not to spend more on fire services comparable to the levels they've come up with, then everything is moot. I mean, if we can't afford it, we can't afford it. However, there is the point of local control. For the last 5 years, we have made cuts. We have made some real strong cuts. But the fact of the matter is, the employees of the city of Hemet allowed those cuts to be made. There were negotiations, absolutely. That's where the hard work comes in. That's where we as elected officials need to remain at the table and say, yep, we didn't get elected to abdicate our chair at the table and give it over to somebody else and just pay an invoice. That's not why we were elected. We were elected to represent, hold your applause. We were elected to represent the people and to listen to what the people want. But we also have a moral obligation to the employees who have stood fast these past years. And yes, things are turning around. Can we implement all of these changes immediately? Absolutely not. But I see some options here with staying with Hemet Fire, implementing a paramedic program, implementing some of these other things, getting the unit back to where it was. I think it's interesting that however many years ago, 5 years ago, the budget was the same as it is today, or a little, or we have a lower budget now. That takes a lot of buy-in by the people who work for the city. You guys have done a great job. As you can probably tell, I'm not real thrilled with the idea of contracting. I really think we owe you guys, we owe the citizens the time to sit down, discuss what we can do for Hemet Fire, with Hemet Fire, because the people are saying they want to keep Hemet Fire.
Our job is to provide the best service at the best value. And this is a process in determining that process. To determine that process. Folks, please let me speak, just like you gave the other council members an opportunity to speak. We started this process over a year ago, and we've gone through each step to find out what that level of service would be. There's no doubt that you guys, what you've done with the resources that you have, and it's very little resources, absolutely no doubt about it. Matt Schobert came and spoke tonight about how underfunded and how underutilized or the resources were at the Hemet Fire Department. He's right. Part of those recommendations were made by him, by Matt Schobert, and then he left for Marietta shortly after that, and that hurt. This process, we have to go through and see what level of service we can get. And I'll go back to, again, the Citygate report. And, as I was looking through the numbers and looking through the level of service, the big issue was that Citygate said that we did not need EMD, or at least not immediately. The numbers that are included on one of the options already has that piece included. So when we talk about negotiating what those costs are going to be, you're absolutely right. We need to know what those costs are when it comes to negotiating, and that's part of this process. The Hemet Fire Department has been cut severely, and you're right. It's time to rebuild with whatever decision we go, one way or the other. Paramedic program, staffing, all that has to start. More importantly, because it's also with the way we have it now presents a risk to you guys and to the community. So those are my thoughts on it. There was a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem to accept the city manager's recommendations. Shelley Milne made a second. So Sarah, if I have a roll call vote, please.
Robert?
Yes.
Could we, am I on? Could we vote on the different issues, the different steps that in the 5 options? Could we vote on them individually?
Eric?
Council, I do recommend that you vote on all of these as a package. We've tried to structure this in a way that it moves the analysis and the recommendations forward in a balanced manner. I understand your need to want to identify several of them.
Well, there's a couple of them I actually agree with.
I understand. You do have a motion and a second pending. In order to do what you're asking, you would have to have the maker and the second of the motion agree to retract their motion, and then you could do a substitute motion.
Motion stands as stated. I think it's a package that needs to go together.
Mr. Raver, no, there's no point of order at that point. We're moving forward. I say let him do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got to call the question.
Okay, Sarah, will you please call the vote?
Councilmember Krupa?
No.
Councilmember Mill?
Yes.
Councilmember Wright?
Absolutely not.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith?
Yes.
Mayor Youssef?
Yes. That motion passes 3-2. Next okay, no communications from the public. Next, we have city council reports. Councilmember Krupa.
I will make this quick. On the matter of the RCA, we had a meeting, 2 weeks ago with RCA, the city of Hemet, and the property owners on the west side. We had a great participation by, I think, just about all of the property owners out there. We had agreement to go forward with looking at the big picture and the huge Hans process. So things are going good, and Ms. Iliano is in charge and working diligently towards that. The other RTA, as you may have noticed, we have new buses that are coming into town, and everybody seems to like them. The Water Board will be meeting next week. We have hired the executive director and the legal firm, and I'll report more at the next meeting on that.
Councilmember Milne.
Okay, on our library report, the one, Stefan Moses, who is on our board, he is one of 12 librarians that has been asked to speak at a statewide forum in December regarding the history and social history of libraries in California. So I think this is, a great testament. We're very lucky to have Mr. Moses on board. And we thank the library for their attendance at the Harvest Festival and at the Veterans Day at Gibble Park. Thank you very much. And members down there at Hemet Ryan Air Show. Ran into you there as well. The other report I have is on the Neighbors Night Out that we did in conjunction with Wiggs Mendoza and our police department. We had over 38 neighbors in my neighborhood that showed up, and they were excited. Our police came out, and it was a really, really good experience, and we have a lot of interest and some good old-fashioned neighborhood stuff going on now. So I really like that. Green tea worked. Green tea worked.
Councilmember Wright.
Park Commission was status quo. As you can see from the report, tree removals. I think they are going to start a plan to identify parks again in the community and what needs there are to be met. Planning Commission. Oh my gosh, I should have kept my notes. I did attend that, but also it was privileged to be a part of the Veterans event that the city put on at Gibble Park, and staff is to be commended. They did an outstanding job on this event, and the community came together, Exchange Club with the 1,776 flags. It's beautiful. It'll stay up for a week. And the Mormon Church, excuse me. I understand they had about 300 people there putting the flags up, and they'll need that taking them down as well.
Saturday at 9.
But, yes, Saturday at 9. Also had I was able to attend the ceremony as well at Golden Era, another fine event. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend the one in San Jacinto, but look by the looks on Facebook and all the pictures that were there, and the beautiful monument that they put up, it shows how much a community can come together, a valley can come together and do what's right. So it was a privilege to be there and be a part of. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Mr. Mayor, nothing to report.
Just quick, I was able to attend the San Jacinto Veterans Day celebration, and it was actually very nice, and the monument was beautiful. And so the speaker, by the way,
Speaker was phenomenal.
resident of San Jacinto, he was a Marine, but he's a pastor now, and he hit it out of the park. He's definitely someone we can get to have him speak for us at some point would be nice.
Yes. His wife grew up in Hemet, so that gives us a right to
Yeah.
have him over there.
Could I add one
Yeah.
thing on that?
Yep.
Say that.
I forgot. For Veterans Day, I went with 163 veterans from American Legion Post 53 in Hemet. We went to the General Patton Memorial Museum for the 25th anniversary over there, and for the unveiling of the Korean Remembrance Wall, and for an addition to the Vietnam Wall. And most of these veterans that I was privileged to go with were Vietnam era. And it was just a very, very moving experience, and it was great. The Korean Consul General was there, did a very stirring speech, very gracious man, talking about how the United States and Korea have progressed since the Korean conflict. So all in all, it was really good. I am sorry I missed the one in Hemet because I haven't missed one yet, but I did miss this one. But going with the Vietnam veterans over there was really important to me.
Bonnie and I held the fort down, so.
Good. Glad to hear that.
Real quick, Mayor, can I?
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought that these comments were going to get to come later, but I had the opportunity to also attend Hemet and San Jacinto's Veterans Day Parade and or events. The flags were amazing, and I know if my husband blows up my phone going, I'm driving by the flags, and they look great. So, I mean, it's truly stellar, and I hope that we can come out 9 o'clock on Saturday to help them take those down so they're not out there for as long. The San Jacinto ceremony, fantastic. That was a great ceremony as well. I felt very fortunate to be able to attend both of those. Thank you.
Ad hoc committee, I know you touched on a bit on the West Hemet Ad hoc committee, but Crime Stoppers, anything with Crime Stoppers? Anything else you guys want to add for the West Hemet Ad hoc?
No, just it was really good.
Okay.
And really positive reports out of it.
Okay. Anything additional from the city manager's office?
I just want to remind you, next Monday is the League of California Cities meeting that we're hosting here on the 18th. And for everybody's information, there is no second meeting in November. We're going dark.
Right. Any future agenda items?
Oh, that was on.